nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
First and foremost, we'd like to thank Jah, our mothers for giving birth to us in this wonderful community. We love you. Jah bless.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
The earth is flat, man, I'm calling up Batman. We waking up the people and bringing it back, fam. The earth being flat is a provable fact. It's time to let them know how we know that. Water always finds its own level. Believing in the globe, you're worshiping the devil. Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. It's a pressurized system, just one little crack through. They tell you it's fact true, but nobody asked you. It's garbage, a crapshoot, it belongs in the bathroom. What type of sun-lapse footage do you got? The sun goes away and turns into a small spot. Dinosaur bones are crushed chicken bones. You might as well shut up and listen though. It's disinfo and misinfo. It's a mission to keep the public misinfo. Come on.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
To end. I always still will be your friend. Even when you're weak and your knees will bend. You got me wheezy and sneezy and easy then. I'll try to get some sleep again. We pretend we didn't know where we would end when we began. Even more when your days are too long and your life is boring. Looking in the mirror telling yourself it'll be better in the morning. It was like wholesale and a half sale and half sale and a wholesale. Until you got so confused you wound up saying no deal. Hey, nice merch. You got a promo code? He just put the chat on slow-mo mode. And man, I just don't know no more.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
Now sing it with me, come on.
Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy, what have I done to you?
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd. I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the mud zone.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on the globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farms.
Ho, ho, ho. Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
I see a sun that isn't rising. I see it as it goes away. I see a platform rising. I see it taking everything. The world don't spin around tonight. Don't you make it feel alright in the platform rising. I hear things have been growing. I know I'm growing love for you. The tractor, hear the roof growing. Sun comes back, it's shining down on through. Yeah, the world don't turn around tonight. That's messing with your mind. It's the platform horizon. Don't turn around now. Messing with your mind. It's the platform horizon. Hope you got your back together. Hope you're prepared for all the guys. Looks like they're all in this together. So are we, and the truth is on our side. We don't spin around the night. Close your eyes, it's the platform horizon. No, it's not spinning out of sight. It's never when you fly, it's the platform horizon.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Hey, hey, hey! We are live. Better change that background. That might kill somebody.
Hey, Ray.
How you doing?
Good, but my computer keeps stuttering. Can you hear me okay?
Sure.
Okay.
You sound great. Actually, you sound like 20 years younger tonight. How you doing, Singe? How's it going?
Hey. I'm back with the $10 beers.
So me and Singe are at the Boston Celtics game tonight.
I got you a $10 beer. I'm up for
Thank you.
See me up here? Hey.
Yeah.
Or it's the other way around with the camera.
I'll be right over. Let me talk to them first. All right.
Hey, man.
Great stuff.
These beers are $12 each.
Actually, once they get done with you,
it looks like
what?
20.
A bargain.
More like 20. More like 20.
I'll take two.
Yeah.
Hey, Warriors. This is Sparta.
He said the Celtics got the ass whooped last night. I got like 6 row seats.
Sweet dreams, biatch. Hey, you want to fight? No? Okay. Sucks. Guy. I'm just kidding you.
So what do we got here tonight? I mean, it's just the same old.
I don't want to fight.
I gotta go. What do we got? We got Ryan.
Hey,
Mr. Super.
Hail Warriors. Want to see
I'm reading the chat. Flat Earth Andy. Want to see some mudflips?
Oh yeah, okay. I'm making a new
Twilight Nights
or a new graphic.
Meta Ryan.
Right now. Boom.
We're on 3 channels tonight, guys. Can you believe it? We're on Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. We're on Boston Ray Slice of the Mud. We're on Late Night Live channel, which is Singe Man's.
Thank you.
Third back. That's the plan C. You're always going to have a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D. Always have a plan D.
And a plan B. Now I sound like I'm from Boston.
Mojo.
Sometimes I just slip back into my Boston.
Then we have Valley Parks. Who else do we got?
Valley Parks.
Liz,
brother. Hey, brother. So okay. Valley Parks. Work out every day, like half an hour.
Jess Palmer.
You'll sleep better.
Did I miss?
Because you know why?
Yes. Effie Nation.
The harder your workout is, the easier rest of life is.
Flat Earth Head. Sue Finelli.
Woohoo!
I missed a lot of people. Oh well, I'm sorry. I was running the
show.
Yes. So how we doing? All right. So how was your day, Mr. Super Sidewinder?
Awesome.
Really?
Quiet.
Great day. Nice. Good for you. Nice quiet day. What about you, Singe?
Mm-hmm.
You have anything you want to contribute? Anything you want to say about your day?
Oh, yes. Today was a grand day because I learned how to... Oh, shoot. I lost it. I had something witty to say, and it said...
Yeah.
So hey,
We'll wait.
unindoctrinated knows what I'm talking about. Okay,
Mhm.
so working on a graphic. Learning a lot about graphics, learning a lot about music. Learning.
What did you learn about music today,
Learning.
Sims?
Yeah, what did
Say
you
what?
learn?
What?
Specifically,
Say
music.
again.
What did you learn about music today?
I guess not about music, but
Oh, you said music.
about this musical instrument.
Okay, what did you learn about your musical instrument today?
Oh, she's gonna sleep
How
on the
you
late
could
night.
change the beats per minute
Okay.
by double clicking on shift.
Nice.
You slept on the late.
Anything.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Well, good night, Liz. Thanks for showing up and thanks for participating. So, what do we got here now? All right, I got something good. Destroying ancient buildings? Here we go.
What?
Welcome to my 30th episode of my lunch break. And today we're going to go over ancient buildings that were demolished about 30 to 40 years after they're built. So here we go. They say that this building was built in 1910. The part that is true is that it was demolished in 1910. This is the original Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, Massachusetts.
I know it well. Not
in
this
1870, they say this was built. If you take a look at this, that is 25 years before the power tool. Okay. 1895 was when they.
My nickname was the power tool in high school.
Created the power tool. So don't forget that. I always want to say that because that is important. There was no cranes and all that. This is in Edinburgh, Scotland. This is the insurance company building. If I've ever seen an insurance company building like that, I would think I'd just be shocked. They built this in 1905, they said, and demolished it in 1956. So it was around for 51 years. And, you know, that insurance company just needed a better building. This just wasn't cutting it. They needed something much, much better. And I don't know, that architecture just wasn't holding up. This is the Royal Picardy Hotel. It was constructed in 1928 and officially opened 2 years later in 1930. And they demolished it 38 years later. Okay, so they're just, just knock it down. We're just going to get rid of that one. Here's a town hall in Sunderland, England, UK. It was opened in 1890 and demolished in 1971. So, just 80 years and just knock that thing down. That town hall, we got to get a new one. That one just isn't.
Yeah, who needs it?
Not good enough, it's just not good enough. Those pillars on the top, nah, we need a new one. It's been about 80 years. We need a new town hall. Let's get rid of that one.
Yep. Gotta
get
go.
a new one.
Gotta go.
And if you notice, there are
Gotta go. It had to go.
there's windows on the bottom. That's just for another day. I'll tell you guys more about that another time. Now, let's go to another place. This is in South Korea. The Keijo Post Office in Seoul, South Korea, built in 1915. It was destroyed during the Korean War. So these wars are really helpful for these people that want to destroy the buildings. I'm sure of it. I mean, I don't know anything, but I am sure of that. But let's continue.
Producers, if you struggle finding sounds and samples that work for you, then you have to check out this plugin. It's called Arcade, and it's
actually,
my
what is
number
this?
one go-to for building tracks.
Nice.
This might be
Too
good.
bad
This
they
might be
charge
good.
by the
I want to
month.
see this.
Simple
Actually.
If they didn't charge by the month, I'd be
If
buying
you go
that.
over here to where
Oh,
it
yeah.
says search, you
What
can
did she
load a
say?
sampler, play an instrument, or find a sample.
They charge
There are
too much.
so many individual
This looks
samples,
good,
and you can search them by
actually.
type too. Next, I want to show you the sampler. I love
guess
using
if
this
you
to
have
build
money,
drops.
you
You can
just
play
add-
them individually
called?
or together. You can adjust the pitch, time, and so much more. Lastly, I want to show you instruments.
cool,
I really like this honey kit, so let me
this
show
looks
you what it
legit.
sounds like.
Look at the
I
class.
love using the macros and the tweak options because I can quickly change the instrument to make it sound unique. This will change the way you make music. So don't wait and
This is
Looks
the
good. That
Ring
thing looks good.
Theater
Whatever that was.
in Vienna,
I would
Austria.
use it.
It's called
It's
Arcade.
built in 1872, and it was destroyed by a
It's
fire.
the bomb,
What do you know?
man. That's what they say, it's the
10
bomb.
years later,
10 years later.
in 1881. So 9 years.
9 years.
Sure.
Oh,
Sure it was. This
See, this one
is
I'm-
me.
oh,
You
also,
holding, by the way.
I'm making this an open panel tonight. So anyone who wants to join us, I'm putting the
Can
link
you put
out
me full
now.
screen for a second?
Sure.
The pillars on the second
Pause it and
floor
be
with
full
the
screen? Okay. There you go.
This is the old world. Okay, we would get these in the mail with these things called discs.
What is
We'd
it?
we'd get them in the mail without even asking. They would send them to every United States citizen, and they're made of like wood. That's AOL. They would send them out to everybody. I have 2 of them, and I'll sell them to you for $100 each.
Really? Yeah, what
Find one.
you
I don't know,
serious?
could you
What are you
find one?
selling? You're selling those for $100?
No, I'm not selling them.
Oh.
But you don't know this world, do you, Ray? We used to get these in the mail. They would send them. to
What is
everybody.
it? I mean, I've seen it
You
before.
could log on to the internet. The internet was new, and this is allow you 1,099 hours free internet. And if you know the way, like I did, you could just get on there. Once you're logged in, you could figure out how to get free for years. That's how. I
Oh,
lost some of my emails.
it's AOL. Rock says it's AOL. It looks like AOL to me too.
Yeah,
America
that's what I thought it
Online.
was.
Yeah, that's how I lost some of my emails because I was doing
Oh.
all free, and then one day they started charging, and I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, I know.
That's how I lost one of my YouTube accounts, which I'm still trying to get back.
walkout. I mean, just incredible. Of course, it was destroyed by a fire.
Funny, huh?
10 years
AOL is
later.
LOL.
Let's continue to the Preston Town Hall. Here's another town hall that just isn't cutting it, guys. It's just not cutting it. We need better stuff. It was built in the UK and England. Built in 1862. Most of the building was destroyed by a fire. Oh, another fire in 1947, and was established and still used up until 1962. Oh, sorry, it was stabilized, so they rebuilt it a little bit, and then it was demolished until in 1962. Yeah, 15 years later, get rid of it. New town hall.
Yeah.
Oh God, sorry for laughing. This was just okay. Let's go to the next one. This is a hotel in Mississippi. If you guys have ever seen Mississippi hotels, they like to build them like this. In 1891, it was also destroyed by a fire. A fire again in 1926. That's a good way to get rid of a Tartarian building, I would say, huh?
Yeah.
Just incredible. I mean, Mississippi. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. The Bryson Bone Break block in Los Angeles,
So
California.
these are all
in
buildings that were like
1888.
built and destroyed within
And
30 years.
they were just whipping these babies up in California.
Why would you, why would you build something like that just to destroy it like 30 years?
I guess, in 1888. So good. They
I think
made
that's what
so
he was
many
saying.
of them that they just knocked it down in 1934. Just demolished it. Not good enough. Again, chopped that one down in California, 1934. So they had that one up for about 30 to 40 years, and they got enough use out of it and just demolish it.
Demolished.
Next up, we have the Galveston City Hall. Oh, this is in Texas, Texas, USA.
Texas.
Another 1888. Unbelievable.
Look at that.
Just building these incredible structures all over in 1800s, huh? And just knocking them down. They must have been hard at work with those horses, no cranes, nothing. Just building them, knocking them down.
A master builder.
They built it in 1888 and demolished it in 1966.
Wow.
Incredible. Just incredible. I mean, unbelievable. All right. Just put that clock up at the top and then knock it down. All right. Let's go to the next one. Cotton Exchange. This is an exchange place in New Orleans, Louisiana in 1883. So they just had this one up and they knocked it right down in 1920.
What happened? I'm on the screen, or am I?
Needed a new one, I guess. It just wasn't up to their standards, and the architecture just wasn't good enough. Wasn't cutting it. We needed a new style in 1920.
Am I there?
All right, and that was just amazing. And let's go to the next one. The Euston Arch in London, England, UK. They built this one in 1837, so 60 years before the power tool. They must have had incredible ladders and very strong horses to carry all this stuff. And they knocked it down in 1962.
We've been going hard.
Right in time.
Like 3 nights in a row
everybody
now. 3 or 4 nights in a row almost. I don't know.
Thank God we have pictures.
We're just going to keep on going.
Because that baby is nice. Incredible.
We don't care how many people show up. We don't care. We're just going to keep on going.
Look at those pillars.
We're on a marathon. We're on a mud flood marathon.
Just something we build like that. We don't build like that, okay?
I don't like the shaky one.
And
what do we got here?
We have cranes and tools, and we don't build like that.
Yeah.
We could. I mean, we would if we could, but we don't. All right. Now let's go to this one. This is a bank. Let's just put some pillars on that bank and lions into the top. And this is in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia in 1856. The bank itself went out of business in 1884, and the building was demolished right after that. So they built this thing in 1856 and knock it down 30 years later. 28 to be exact.
30 years later.
Why?
I'm going to have to fix my cam. What up, Andy?
And we cannot build like that today.
My camera went out for some reason.
It's so easy
all right, though.
To build that they just knock it down.
We ain't going to let nothing stop
hey,
us.
What's happening?
Like it's nothing. Just knock it down. We'll build another one.
Welcome to Late Night Live.
This is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Party on, Wayne.
It was built in 1874, and they knocked it down in 1935. Just incredible. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in 1874, so 21 years before the power tool.
Hi, Andy.
And they don't even have roads.
21 years before
it's like no roads.
The power tool, my nickname in high school.
They can build these huge, massive buildings, but no road. Can't build a road, and
Singe.
Just incredible.
Singe. since you're the
What's
artist,
up,
since you're the artist out of the group, right? You see the you see up on the right that watermark, the Late Night Live watermark.
Let me put it full screen. Oh.
The one that you made before. Same
Ah,
one.
sí, señor.
Can you can essay? Can you please make a better one that shows up better somehow, like right now? Like how quick could you do it?
White.
Anything? No, something thicker, more bold.
Oh, bolder and different color.
Yeah,
Maybe
something that'll just
one.
show up. Make the same logo but bigger.
The same logo.
And a little bit bigger. And a little bit bigger. Like
Sí,
yeah.
señor, I can do this right away
Okay.
for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is Villa Noop.
Oh, no.
Bremen,
Like this,
Germany.
Singe. Make it like
Built
this
in
one.
1875.
Make it like this one.
Knocked it right down, and 40 years later.
You see the one on the screen right there? Make it like that.
Get rid of that, baby. Knock it down. We don't like it anymore. Just not what we're looking for in 1912.
Why don't you use that one?
Because I don't have them anymore. That's in
just
the
not good enough.
That's in the system
for me. I just need it knocked down.
I don't know. Maybe that one wouldn't fit.
God.
Maybe that was a different. That's an overlay.
All right, guys. I'm done for today. This has been kind of long. Oh.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
No, where do you want me to put it? Email or phone or IMGB?
Drop the link in the private chat, whatever it is, and I'll get it.
Okay. Good.
Oh, one more. The Royal Arch, Dundee, Scotland. They built this thing in 1853. Knocked it down 110 years later, 1964.
Wow.
And they said they were going to rebuild this.
They knocked that fucker right down.
But let's see. I'll read you the exact quote. The Dundee City Council has stated that they could never have rebuilt something like the Royal Arch, but granite paving slabs
All right, guys.
put on the side.
Remember last night we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could fit 10 people up here now. John Kelly kicked in the money so we could have all this backgrounds and all this fancy stuff. And we can have 10 people up here now.
We had 8 last night.
We had 8 last night. But you know what? This is what we're doing now. We're mud mobbing. We're taking the YouTube by force. Show of force. Okay? We need a show of force up here. Everybody, just come up, hang out, do whatever. Just get up here.
Height of the arch. Okay, so they were able to put some slabs.
Also,
but they could never rebuild it. So
if anybody else is on at the same time as us, I give you permission, if you have a wrench, to go into their chats and drop the link for our thing and just put hashtag #MudMob, and that's it. If they say anything else to you, just say #MudMob and leave.
The city council in 2015. So, yeah, they were gonna build. They had a petition and everything. Just couldn't do it anymore. I wonder why. I wonder why they couldn't build the replica. Very interesting. And if you can't rebuild it, why are you knocking it down? Why are you knocking it down? All right, guys, if you like this, hit the subscribe button. I will be making a lot more of these. And I was going to talk about star forts today, but I got a little sidetracked with this video, and I am glad I did, because these are things that people should be sharing and seeing, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have any comments below, that'd be great. If you have anything to add or things you'd like me to share about, just comment below. I hope you guys have a great day, and I will talk to you guys soon. See ya.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
Near-death experiences are some of the strongest evidence we have that there is life after death.
Peer-reviewed research shows that human consciousness can affect physical matter.
A quick poopski. No, I was taking a bathroom break, but Jesus.
So 2 things, Ray. First of all, stone doesn't burn. So all those buildings they say burn, you could burn the inside if you filled it with enough stuff, but the stone would still stand. So the fire is BS. And the second thing is, none of those buildings that they destroyed did they build back better.
All right. Well, you know what? Real quick, I have to get my this working again. You see how there's no camera, so I'm gonna just play a quick tune and then come right back in. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in.
Oh my!
Yeah, way best. I get right as block a lot. Fuck off.
All right. Here we go.
Probably channels that know what they're going to talk about, have premeditated their thoughts, taking the anxiety out of a recording. I am not one of those creators, but I do have a few subjects picked out for us today. And most importantly, the subject will deal with the mud flood. Very grassroots in this community. One of the starting points for this rabbit hole. I hope you're all doing well. Thanks for joining me, and welcome.
My favorite. I can do that. Should we do that?
Yes.
So here, since I'm here, let's discuss this photo. Recently, in a video, I had read an essay by Gary Shunung, the creator of the Old Earth Ruins series that we examine, and he had mentioned that these ruins found on Easter Island may have actually have been columns supporting a larger structure, and what we see carved on the top may have just been done by a primitive people inheriting this region after a reset. And here I found such a picture, and what really caught my eye was this structure. While everybody is staring at the statue itself, more interesting is this perfect structure underneath, very square. It seems to have been unearthed. And just as Gary had suggested, I do believe this may be a supporting column for what may have been a massive structure.
Yes.
Perhaps this seeming mountain behind here was also part of it, with its supposed caves really having the same color, seeming to be made up of the same stone. And when you consider everything's buried, and the primitives would have had no such doing in what we see underground here, I think Gary makes an excellent point. These statues or carvings look like shit for the old world and what we typically look at. I've never been impressed with the statues at Easter Island, but let me know what you think. Again, these were the thoughts of Gary Shunung.
They're all right.
And of course, we've been examining the mud flood for years now. When we first started down this rabbit hole, there was very little available. And if you would punch in mud flood in a search engine, you wouldn't find what you were looking for, at least in our community.
I know what we're up against, but you know what? We're just trucking along. We're just going. We're doing the best we can. And we're going to...
They can't stop us.
Today I've just...
You know what? Mr. Super? I don't give a
What's
fuck.
that?
I don't give a fuck either way.
Punched in mud flood in the search engine.
Way to roll, man.
And very exciting to see how much pops up that's completely relevant to our research. I mean, what does one think when looking at these images? Who hasn't been discussing it
John's
for
coming
years?
on.
Yes, we have. Perhaps nothing.
That
Perhaps
rhymes. John's coming on.
the mind doesn't allow one to venture too far. Here,
Andy. Well, I got you here. What have you been up to lately, man? What have you been doing? What's been going on in Andy's life?
He's been walking the dog.
I'm going to your channel. I'm going to your channel, Andy. Give me a second. Oh, wait. Is that him? What's going on? What are you doing? Loud.
Here, for example, we can see one of my pictures that I took of the Salt Lake City Temple while being renovated. And it's nice to have the heavy equipment next to the building just to give you an idea of how massive this is. We're looking at 2 stories below ground level, and construction, we are told, beginning with horse and wagon in the 1850s. Here, I believe this is in New York City or possibly New Jersey. And what in the hell happened here? Of course, we've looked at this picture many times before, but have we really sat and discussed it?
No, we haven't sat in this, but look at that. You can obviously see. I'll discuss it with you right now. Let's see if I put it like this. I'll go bigger. All right, yeah. You can obviously see that that's an entire city of brick buildings underneath that city. I don't know. I mean, it looks like a real image to me. It's a construction site where they were digging up the ground. Okay. Okay, all right. Well, Flat Earth Andy. I got his channel. Let's see what he's been doing lately. All right, he has videos. This is 4 hours ago. 14 hours ago, 1 day ago. Knuckles Mud Mob.
Yeah, Knuckles, the dog. There you go, dude.
Woohoo! Get out of there.
There he is.
What you doing in there, honey boo?
What a mooch.
Come on, Knuckles.
That's cool.
Dogs give me hope. People, not so much, but dogs.
Come on, Knuckles. Come on, Knuckles.
Serve, serve, serve. Bow wow, run. He's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow, run. He's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow, run. He's my mighty puppy. Serve, bow wow. Mud.
Nice. All right, so we have what else we got here? Wow. Live streams? Anything good? Anything? Any boots on the ground? Let me see. Well, this is Andy's channel anyway. You guys can sub him. He does reading scriptures and stuff. You know, good stuff. Okay. So check this out. So like, the things on the religious crosses, crescents, Star of Davids that are on the top of churches, cathedrals, etc., were not originally meant as religious symbols. They're technology. And when we founded the buildings, we just, hey, this is a cross. That means you're Catholic. This is the Star of David. That means you're Jewish. And they can't watch.
Look, this is a demolished building, one of those of the Empire, with a crown. It says energy crown. I don't know if it's energy crown or not. Was it for the use of atmospheric electricity, ether, what we call electricity power? And this is from Dresden, man, in Germany, back in the day when the Empire was still, this is one of the main capitals of the Empire, Dresden, with those atmospheric electricity, ether, electromagnetic towers, and maybe this was for the extraction of energy as well. And now this all makes sense. With the Empire. As you can see, this is at the same time in the world when we have the deserts of the melted brick buildings. But also, now I know that the moon is the extreme map of the Earth. And we have.
I'm not sure if that's the real Brian. It's the one that says Dose of Reality with Brian Staveley. I don't think that's really him because he has wrenches, I think. And that one doesn't have a wrench. So I don't know. We'll have to give that one the test. What do you think? We'll have to ask that one a question that only Brian knows. The answer.
There you go.
I don't know what that question would be yet. Though. No, it's not. That's not Brian. That's not Brian.
A black sun and a dome.
Give him enough rope to hang himself.
Which is electromagnetic, thanks to Vibes of Cosmos. Germany and Japan. You might say, the history of Japan, all that stuff with the feudal thing and the samurai and stuff. I wonder how much of it is true or not, considering that Germany and Japan are identical in many ways. So these places that now I'm going to show you some photos of regarding the look at Dresden, regarding the rooftops and the tops of these buildings, because everything has to do with metal. And you might ask the question, why do you need metal on the top? Metal and resonators and liquid mercury, and I don't know. Is it because metal is a conductor of electricity? Maybe, huh? And this is, you can see, this is the difference. This is a red brick building with a metallic antenna, which is like attached to a metal
I love this.
base.
I love this shit.
So antenna, you gather the ether, the atmospheric electricity, and you need metals to conduct it. And then the building, which in this case, it's red brick. But not everything is red brick. That's my point, especially in the most recent empire. Okay, so one thing are the red brick buildings, and the other thing is the other type of buildings. But anyway, so just to understand. Now, you see here, I see antennas, and then I have the noble metal conductor orbs.
Dude,
some of them have.
We don't know who it is. Like, I don't know, man. It might be someone that we know, but I don't want some troll in my chat just hanging out.
Liquid mercury, and also copper and gold, usually made of copper and gold in this case. Excellent conductors for electricity. So what is then the whole
that was Brian? I'll
and
be getting a phone call.
Tradition of going to church because we are sinners and we have the original sin. What's the meaning of the end of the house of God, right? If everything is just power stations and power generators with antennas and resonators and conductor metals and orbs and liquid mercury and gold and copper. Look, the X-ray map of the earth, of the big earth. The white stuff is the water, the oceans, and the gray stuff are the continents, the lands. Where did the Germans go with the electromagnetic levitation UFOs? Awesome stuff, isn't it? Now you can connect all the dots. And I wonder if they were helped by others. Now, I see antennas. Even the antenna itself, when we see they say cross. No, because it has like two horizontal lines, just like an antenna. Antenna to extract, antenna for waves and electromagnetic waves. It's awesome. Now I understand a lot about the world. I also like these photos that have the annotations. Look, antenna. It looks like
mercury anogam balls, resonators gold covered,
antenna in the proper way of speaking. Mercury amalgam balls. The mercury resonates and it mixes and it moves, a rotational vortex type of thing. Resonators gold covered. Resonator. It resonates gold and copper. And fractal design. This is called fractal design. It's very common to see it in churches and temples. Copper coils under arches and columns. Resonator gold covered antennas. Mercury.
Is that
by the ancient imperials who was living in this world. Now, don't go around saying Tartaria this, Tartaria that, because that means that you don't care about the moon map X-ray. You don't care about the red bricks. You don't care about the giant trees, which have hexagonal column, basalt columns. You must understand things. You must see things wide. Like I said, a soup has many ingredients. If you take out certain ingredients, the soup is not complete anymore. It's not delicious. I should, at some point, if I don't manage to start a life in pair with somebody, I'm gonna try and do a hobby, like maybe I'm gonna become a cook, because cooking is something that helps humanity. Everybody likes a guy who cooks and knows how to mix the ingredients. So antennas, I see more antennas. When that comment came because of the soup thing, but the soup thing is very important.
He says, guys, I hear my troll is making his rounds. Thanks for the heads up on the mud flood. Just block him. It's not Brian.
A soup has many ingredients, and if you understand all the ingredients, the pieces of the puzzle of this world, you understand everything. Look at these buildings with antennas and fractal design resonators and gold and copper. I wonder and look at the size of our humanity. So I wonder what we are. And I love this one as well, these type of things.
Look at it like that. Like, if you get an ad, it doesn't hurt you, but it pays me. So.
They explain everything. So from the antenna that gets the atmospheric electricity or ether or electromagnetic conductor, mercury, resonator, frequency, conduits, transformers.
Here we go.
And then once you see it,
look at that. Resonator, frequency, conduits, transformers, conductors. I mean, I'm not an antiquitech mechanic, but
you understand everything. You see this in English, in German, and Russian.
So this is what's going to happen.
A lot.
So you guys know. It's about 11 p.m. my time. I don't know what time it is for you, but 11 p.m. my time. Within the next half hour, 45 minutes, someone's going to get sleepy, and then there's going to be an influx. There's going to be an influx here. Get ready. The storm is coming.
And then these buildings, which are everywhere. Now you know.
And he was sleeping on the
some bigger than others. Again, this is in this case for this building in particular. It's not red brick.
You know what? You never underestimate us. You never underestimate the underdog.
You see my point? You can't just go around saying everything is empire, or everything is red brick, or everything is giant petrified tree, or everything is cut 90 degrees, huge blocks of stone. No, we have to analyze each part specifically, each place specifically, and then we understand. Now, my favorite photos in this case are these explanatory photos, which you should also understand. Now, take a moment or pause it. And there's more complex things than these, and also like these ones where they just put, and all of a sudden it's interesting, right? Because you go on the streets, and even I was like that before when I was younger. I would just go and see all these churches and temples, be it in the Christian world or in the Asian world or like in the Islam world, and I would just be like everybody else. Okay, well the world was very keen on building all these godly buildings for the divine, according to each religion, specifically to the culture of that population. But now that I see this, everything makes so much sense. Now that I understand that we live in an enclosed system, unfortunately, the big part of the majority of people, even those who are on YouTube, they call themselves researchers, or like even the spectators who watch the videos of different YouTubers. Many of them, they don't want to exit this classical, perfect circular map of the Earth, which is like coming from 2015, 2016, from the first videos of the FLAT Earth.
Thumbs up, thumb it up more.
I'm spelling FLAT, so Wikipedia doesn't appear, hopefully, in the video as a link. And then, Vibes of Cosmos has definitely...
I'm encouraging you.
It opens your mind.
That means
in everything, and then once you understand his books, then you understand all the other stuff you see in nature, and what the other type of photos represent of this world.
900 people in the chat.
And even these cases, you understand them better once you understand the black sun magnetic and the electromagnetic dome sphere.
Why didn't they teach us about noble metal conductor orbs? They're usually made from copper and gold. The ones in Boston are gold, 24 karat gold plate still.
Yeah, but most of them are gold.
I mean, come on. John Keeley. Well, I have you here. How was your day?
It was good. I just went out driving, and I come back with a sore neck. I burnt myself out yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
But okay.
Yeah, but you didn't have your license for so many years, and then you finally got it back. I would be driving a lot too.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I took my friend for a ride today down the casino.
Well, if you ever want to, if you ever want to drive to the south, if you ever feel like really going on a road trip, let me know. All right, let's do this.
Again,
I'm going down the highway too.
No, don't do anything. Don't do anything drastic. You should just go to Flattoberfest.
Oh, we're already making plans.
And I'll meet up with you. I heard it's going to be at Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I already told my wife today. She's making plans.
Woohoo! I'm in discussions, negotiations, maybe talks, perhaps. Well, we'll see. It's looking like 75% chance no for me this year, but I want to go.
You never know.
You never know. You never know.
The vortex that goes round and round, and that's the whole mythology of the cosmic egg as well. And an egg is closer to a sphere than a dome, and yeah, it's because you have you have round eggs. There's also like eggs that are sphere type and not just oval type. And I wonder who was again in Germany. Germany, just like Italy and Russia, you can actually see it's the same empire. in like it's the United States of America. So I just wonder, like, what was the language spoken? Do you know that in the States, I don't remember if it was like in the early 20th century, the Congress wanted to make German the official language. This is like in documents. So it means that German is probably the most important language in the world, in all honesty. Even the Germans were the only population that had electromagnetic levitation devices. Speaking about the most recent history, of course, they were like present in the history of humanity before these devices as well. So I hope you enjoyed, and let's finish the video with this.
It helps.
This is very important. And
It
so
makes it show up in more slots.
Yeah, bro.
understand, and we'll see each other in the next.
See you. Okay, so check this out. So this is what I was looking at, you know, what we have on the thumbnail, right? On the thumbnail. Okay. Thumbnail. So like they got these pictures of 15 breathtaking photographs from the Empire State Building. Look, do you think this is real? Like this is at the top of the Empire State Building, allegedly. Oh, hold on. Look. They're lighting a cigarette. Look how high up they are. I mean, what do you guys think? You see the buildings in the back on the left?
It ain't no thing.
You think it's real? Or you
Why
think
not?
it's AI generated? I don't know.
Could be either way, man.
Some
What
of
do you
them,
think?
they say some of those ones like where they're all eating lunch on a I-beam.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why they say it's fake, but they say it's AI.
This
Or
one might be
Photoshop.
real. Look at his foot on the beam, and he's kind of looks scared, like his knees are bent, and he might be shaking a little. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks kind of real, right, Andy? To me.
It's real
I've
hazy
worked
too, like a city is.
But I don't really know. I mean, all right, hold on one second. So then we got all right. So look, so this
No, I've worked on. I've watched
go ahead.
plenty of beams, 60, 50, 60 feet in the air.
This is another
Okay.
construction photo. Post Office, Nashville, Tennessee, 1934. Look, this is them allegedly constructing an old world building. Like, well, not really, because they have cranes. So it's not what year is it? It's not that old. 1930s. So this is what it would take to build a building, anyway. At least. Okay.
You gotta have a crane.
All right. So,
even if it's a hamster wheel crane.
Yeah, dude.
Was I still sharing just now? So then we have look. So then we got these guys. Look at them. They're way up high. What do you guys think about this one?
Oh, there's real steel workers and those guys, man. They have no fear, dude.
The skies look vanilla'd out though in the back.
Right.
Why are the skies so white?
Because they're hiding the airships.
They don't want you to see the airships.
And
dude.
these guys do look like they're actually working. Like some of them look like they're just posing. Like this guy looks like he's just posing with his back, but he might be like supervising or watching somebody over
The
there.
dude's lighting a cigarette for posing.
This one looks like art.
Carry skates, salute. So then we have
Yeah, Ray.
What
Those
up?
guys lighting the cigarettes were posers.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. So this
Hey,
is great.
Mr.
This is
Sidewinder.
great stuff. This is great stuff. Now look at this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wrecking ball. Crane.
You ever seen a bridge building company called CA Hall on the side of the road?
What you think about this? Yeah,
Can't
go
say
ahead.
that I have. No.
Oh, well, they build a lot of bridges in Michigan. I worked for them for 2 years.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I worked on the Haggerty Pass.
Is he still here? What's he saying to you guys? I forgot about him.
You worked on what?
The
Haggerty Pass down in 94 and 275.
Where's the other one?
That's a three. I built that.
All right, I did. I banned all that guys. He'll probably come back with something else. But
Have you ever seen the Zilwaukee Bridge, the new one that they built?
I let him hang out for a while.
I know a guy who dropped a fucking jackhammer and it fell through the bottom.
Oh yeah. I knew that they put a hole in it. Yeah, dude.
My nickname was the Jackhammer in high school. All right, so check this out. We have a ball here, and they're like way high up in the sky. And look at the buildings, dude. What do you think? You think it's real? The horizon's still eye level, though. Look at that. Into the distance, into the sea. All right, look at this one.
I can see for miles.
Boom! It was like
There it is.
What are these? Boom! There it is. What are these guys doing? This ragtag group, dude. These ones are having a cigarette. He's lighting a cigarette. He's like, "Yeah, you need a light, dude. Dude, I would be so afraid. Look at the
wind would be.
Look at the buildings down there, dude. You're sitting on a beam, and they're young. Look at these dudes, orphans, maybe. Look, what's he like? 13, 15, maybe.
Where's the Indians?
Look at them. Those two. This one with the hat on the
There's
right.
no Mohawks.
They're all young, actually. This whole group right here.
No, look, there's no Indians.
That
on
guy
there.
looks
That's
like
how
one
you
of the
know
Three
it's
Stooges. These guys look a little older. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the end, and this guy over here, and these guys. But this whole group here in the middle look like kids. Maybe these guys are like supervising them and making sure they don't do anything stupid, because they look like they're yeah. And then, like, dude, if you were like lighting a cigarette like that and you lean forward too much, dude, you could fall and hit your face on those buildings. So you'd be. I'm afraid of heights, dude. That's nuts.
more than one.
That's nuts. All right. Let's
Hey.
see. There's more.
Super Sidewinder, you know what I mean? There's no Indians on there.
Right.
Mohawks did a lot of most of the iron work.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Look at this one. Whoa, he looks like he's about to lose his balance, dude. That's what he's about to fall. Look at that.
No, he ain't.
Yeah, it says.
No,
wait a minute. I got my license to drive. I watched this.
Dude, I do that shit all the time in my chair. My arms are like outriggers. My balance.
Dude, this is somebody who, like, I don't know. It's gonna be somebody we know, dude.
Look at, he's walking on the edge. He's showing off.
I bet you Brian knows who that is. He always knows who it is.
He's walking on the hard edge of flat Earth.
He's trying to prove a point.
I just don't have the time to try to figure out who that is. I mean, it's not.
That guy?
Yeah, I have no incentive on
He's
it.
dead.
I have no.
He's dead.
I haven't even had an awakening interview yet. I mean, I'll think about that. Like, but it's all right.
No,
I got a level headed.
It.
No, I just. All right. Well, I don't see.
You like the popular girl that never got her fucking coming out party.
I'm not.
I dropped the link in the.
I get plenty of airtime on my own. All right. What's up?
I dropped a link in the private chat for the Zilwaukee Bridge construction. You don't have to show the whole thing, but just kind of bring it up.
Let's show it. Yeah. Let's show it. Let's show it, dude. Good job, Super.
Yeah, dude.
Spot on.
You feel safer with this?
I feel like with this video, with this choice, you caught on to what I'm doing tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm there, dude.
You're very astute. Oh wait, this is news. Yeah. Okay, hold on 1 second. I didn't know this was news. Okay, let me see. We got to do this then. We got to make it official.
That's astute with one S. Just to be clear.
Oh yeah, astute. No, ass.
No, it's my tooth.
jacks beneath the tottering section of bridge that was affected by the accident and surveying the extent of the damage. Today, those engineers pronounced the bridge stable.
That thing is a nightmare, dude.
Studying it, making a design
This day.
analysis.
I wouldn't drive on it.
They will tell us how to proceed from here. No one was injured.
Here we go. The influx is coming.
Injury
The influx is coming.
Oh yeah, it was going to happen.
The track
We have
record
15
for
people
concrete
now.
segmental bridges
Yeah.
like this one has
Share.
been 4.
Tell
and
the
dangerous.
others we're
Dozens
here.
of workmen have been killed around the world in the past few years during collapses of bridges like this. The most recent, just this past April in Indiana, when 12 workmen died in a
Late Night
construction
Live,
collapse.
Watermark.
Construction here, meanwhile, has been indefinitely
ETA.
delayed as engineers try and
The
figure
Late
out the
Night
best
Live
way to
watermark.
repair the damage from this weekend's accident. Mike Wendland, News 4 in Zilwaukee.
Zilwaukee. There's more to it. There's more to it. I thought it was over. I jumped the gun on that one. I came in hot on that one. Johnny jumped the gun.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I pulled the trigger too soon. I shot first and I asked questions later. Thumbs up, post, share, like, subscribe. Don't do nothing. Thumbs up all the channels. Go. What up?
Yeah.
He made it.
It's in there.
Yes. Thank you. They know. Now they know.
No, they know.
They were mud mobbed.
Yeah.
It's what we do. It's how we get down. Also, it's an actual hashtag now that I made. If you search hashtag MudMob on YouTube, you'll find all of our videos.
So solemnly swear to tell the full truth and nothing.
The contractors repeated their charge that state inspectors slept on the job and falsified reports.
Sleeping and watching TV on a project is not.
Job and falsified reports.
So solemnly swear to tell the full truth and nothing.
The contractors repeated their charge that state inspectors slept on the job and falsified reports.
Sleeping and watching TV on a project is not usual. I'm not used to seeing that on a project site. What is it?
The bridge builders testified that most
that
of the
Chevy
disputes
Chase?
involved money.
I know.
not
Yeah, I thought the
safety.
same thing.
The contractors also revealed that state officials temporarily shut down the project 2 weeks ago in a construction
Good call,
dispute.
Andy.
Transportation officials say that shows
very
inspectors are doing their job.
Very receptive.
Our inspectors did what they should do. They were tough, and we want them to be tough. We don't want them to be flexible and making exceptions here and there.
The builders told committee members that if they question the future safety of the public, they must also question the present safety of construction crews.
I'm concerned about their safety right now today.
I am too.
And if there really is a question, I have to question what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You see?
Look at the guy in the tan coat.
Somewhere along the line, I feel we have to get off the dime to do something about it or not.
What did you say, John? I hear you talking down there. You talking to us?
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell my wife.
All right. When you try to
Sorry. Mute it.
I wasn't sure.
So the individual sections of that highway, the Zilwaukee Bridge, were lifted into place and dropped in place with the crane. The sections
All right, go ahead.
are pre-tensed concrete, which means it has steel cables under tension in the concrete. But the sections, the little pieces of the section that you see, if you look closely at each of those little bridge, every bridge segment between two columns, they're glued together with epoxy. If
Why
that
are you?
doesn't
Why?
scare
Hold on.
you,
Let me ask you one thing that I'm thinking, and everybody's probably thinking this,
yeah.
but they should be, if they're on my level. Why do you know so much about building bridges?
Because it was in the backyard.
How do you know so much about building bridges? Did you used to build bridges?
How do I know so much about? This one's near me. This is in Michigan, and the old route, the old Zilwaukee Bridge, went through the town of Zilwaukee and had a drawbridge. So sometimes you were going through that section, you might get tied up with the bridge open, but it wasn't anything ridiculous. I mean, I think the worst of it, maybe it caused a 1 hour backup once in a while, but it was usually only like 15, 20 minutes, something reasonable.
Show of force tonight. Come up
But
here.
they didn't want to have to use that drawbridge anymore, so they built this thing high enough for the ships to go underneath it. And these pictures do not do it justice. When you're on this bridge looking down, it's terrifying, dude. I don't know if they tell you what the height is in this video, but I would guess it's probably 200 feet or so high off the ground. And like
about
the
150.
construction follies that you look down in the mud underneath where they built it, and there's abandoned columns, like half height columns that were sinking in the mud all over the place. It's spooky, dude. So that's where it starts, and then it just gets higher and higher.
So we got we got this channel, Late Night Live, going. We got
See that's hollow in the
got this
inside.
channel.
Yeah, it's hollow, dude. Sure is.
And we got this channel. These 3 channels are going live right now. All 3. We're on 3 channels at once tonight. This is historic. Thank you, John Keeley.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know what? While we're on the subject, the support really helps. John Keeley supported us the other night and got this thing working. Now we have 3 channels going. Everything we get, I try to put back in. So
And we can have more guests.
And we can have more guests now. Now we can have 10 people on. So everybody can come on. Everybody benefits from it. Not just
And
me.
our fancy graphics.
I'm the one up here doing all the work, running the stream. You guys are just enjoying it. So it's great. But if you really enjoy it, think about supporting. Even if you have a couple bucks, a little goes a long way. If you have a couple bucks just hanging out on your PayPal, like $2, $3, whatever it is, kick it in, throw it in. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, or you can join the channel. There's another way you can support through YouTube, but they take a lot of the money. But it's still good. It's still good. Join, be a member. There's custom emojis for the members. There's members only content. We have a T-shirt shop. You could also support through Buy Me a Coffee. I have a bunch of ways that you could support, and we really do need the support. I need the support to keep this thing going, and we've been going hard. If I keep getting support, we'll keep going hard every night, and this will be a place for everybody to hang out.
Ray,
what's up?
I was looking through the Mercator map.
Yeah.
That you got, and one of them's a puzzle.
Uh-huh.
Well, my wife does puzzles, man. So I'm gonna get her.
Oh, you saw that? You saw the Mercator map puzzle? Yeah, I made it. Yeah, Singe, we have a Mercator map jigsaw puzzle. No, it's not a Mercator map. It's a Gleason map. Gleason map. Yeah. But you know what? That's cool, right? Let me know when you get it, let's get a video of it so we can show everybody what it looks like.
Yeah, I'll have her put it together and then we'll put it on the wall.
Looks like fun.
Exactly.
Federal officials gave Transportation Director James Pitts the authority to open the bridge, saying the tests showed it's as solid as a rock.
And since the bridge is as solid as a rock, Jim Pitts and his 4 lovely children and wife are going to be the first ones to go over it on Wednesday afternoon about 12:30.
For a while, it looked questionable whether anyone would ever drive over the Zilwaukee Bridge. Reports from
That's
outside
a fact.
engineers said the cables holding the segments together were rusted, and many of the concrete sections had cracked. Some critics suggested mothballing the bridge that made Zilwaukee famous.
Put up a big sign that basically indicates it's a tourist attraction. And see what we shouldn't have built.
Focus should be public safety, and the focus should be to give the Michigan public the greatest assurance we can.
The questions forced the U.S. General Accounting Office to investigate construction. A loaded truck weighing 260 tons put it to its toughest test. As the truck inched along, engineers measured to see how much the bridge gave under a weight 3 times the legal load limit.
The bridge is in fact stiffer than was assumed in the design calculations.
And therefore safer?
Yes.
Doesn't look good to me. I'm not an expert.
I've never thought it could stand the test of time. I can't remember now what year it was built, but it was probably
The
90s.
bridge that made Zilwaukee famous.
Why
is
do they
now
call it
open for business.
Zilwaukee? Isn't it
People-
Milwaukee with an M?
No, it's the town of Zilwaukee.
So they have Milwaukee. They have Milwaukee M through Z.
That's right by it's where the thumb is.
Well, here, hope that will be good for their business.
Julio.
Especially next year with the tourists, they'll want to see the bridge and they might stop
God,
in to
it's
say
probably
hello.
40 years
Our
old now.
store is practically
Holy
under the
crap.
bridge. Every morning, folks get together here for coffee with a little chat. They talk proudly about the bridge, like it's part of the family, and they don't like anybody bad-mouthing it.
And I think some of those critics should have stayed home and played with their marbles. Because they knew about as much as about that bridge as some of these idiots that we see running around here saying they'd never cross it.
I told
Shit, I
man
probably
back
know
in
more
those
about that
cities
bridge than he does.
When he questioned the safety of our bridge, it would still be standing on his bridge had fallen in the water.
The bridge has brought kind of mixed blessings to the town of Zilwaukee. Oh, it's provided some jobs and been the topic of endless conversations, but some of the people who've lived in this little town their entire lives say that it's unfairly given it a bad name. You never would have known it this afternoon, however. Drivers going north along I-75 got a smooth introduction to the bridge. People here now hope their town and their bridge have a smooth ride in the future.
I got it.
People know where Zilwaukee is now. We're going to try to capitalize on it. Now that the bridge is here and it's a good bridge, there's some potential for us, I think.
The next chapter in the Zilwaukee saga will be written
you've
next
got
summer.
a lot of files.
Southbound lanes open for traffic.
Hold on.
Mike Lewis, News 4, Zilwaukee.
Okay.
Is it too big? What?
No, it's not you. It's
Thanks,
not
Ray.
you. It's not you. It's me. Yep. Hold on.
A Sidewinder.
In my opinion, no more pictures
Yeah.
are necessary until this
You know
can
many
be
cars
explained.
blew
Of
over
course,
the-
there were buildings on the other side.
Go ahead.
Did any cars ever blow off the Zilwaukee Bridge?
No, it's got
There we
pretty
go,
high
Sage.
guardrails on both sides.
There
But I
it
would be
goes.
more concerned about like a big batch of heavy traffic,
What do you
like
think? Is
trucks
it any
having
better?
to stop
Is that it?
quickly. That would
Is
throw
that-
so much
is-
side forces. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. That logo up in the corner. Is that any better? I don't know. Since can we make it look brighter and bigger? Like, I don't know. It looks great, but it needs to be like bigger.
That's what she said.
I'll leave it
Right?
there. Just make it look bigger. Take that one.
Make it thicker.
Enlarge it. Give it the penis pump. 1, 2.
The old one too.
What is all this crap? Oh, I got everything. Wow. Dude, what is this? Everything you've ever made? He just gave me a
Check it out. That's way fucking buried.
Yeah.
I bet you that might be. Is that Montreal?
I don't know where that is, but I know
just
it's
made that mud square. Tell me if you like it.
I think that one was New York.
That's a whole square. I seen it. I didn't know what it was. It was too much for me
mud
to.
square.
Here, and they've just demolished it, probably getting ready to put a parking lot in underground.
too much for
And
me to
here
even look
is
at.
what excavation has
Oh, just that one
revealed.
picture I just
And
made.
here, people don't even realize they're driving on old buildings. How old is this? And clearly older than the new America. The new America has no idea what lies under its feet, always discovering new tunnels and passageways. It's a constant. Every city throughout the realm having an entire city underneath it. And it simply makes no sense.
No sense.
No good reason could be given. Again, these people in their apartments living on top of ancient buildings, bricked up windows, rotting metal, and this is the foundation. Many homes having crawl spaces, but oftentimes flooded with earth. And what explanation is given? None. Not here in America, not in Paris, not in Russia. Here we can see the Polytechnic Museum,
Yep.
brick with a weathered facade like it's been through hell, and much of the building underground. And I
Dropped
believe
another
the
link for
Russians
you, Rick.
brought us the mud
Nice.
flood idea.
I'm coming.
And
I got
believe it was
another
this
one too.
building that suddenly woke the people up.
These live streams work best like this. This mud flood stuff's super.
Yeah.
Is if you just keep feeding me mud flood links one after the other, and I just keep the
Well,
stream.
this one is more on the line of the
And-
build a great building just to
and
destroy it.
And the anything. And the thing is, it's like what we do is like
And the
and then when someone wants to talk,
alternative
I just mute it like that, and it still plays, and we talk over it, and then we stop talking.
we began to see it
Unmute it.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I was looking for
Then when you want to talk, say always have something on the screen.
Polytechnic Museum, and there's very little.
I know what I'm
The
doing.
origins of the museum go back to 1872 when they had an exhibition. Very similar story to the
right.
explanation
I can take it.
for many
I
of
got it.
these wondrous buildings. An exhibition, a World's Fair, and even
I can take it. I queued it up.
in a past video we examined a Russian communist fair that never really happened but was completely built out. And this in fact was part of that. Here we can see the Polytechnic Museum, and Philip Druzinin made many videos on this subject, walking around the perimeter.
We're doing
And
quantity over
so
quality. Quantity
if
over
they did
quality.
build this in the 1870s, even
How
though
many
they don't even
frames
really
lately?
tell us it was built, why did they bury the building several floors under, complete with windows? I mean, that's it. They build this, we're told, in the 1870s, and they build it like this? No, nobody builds a building like this and then buries it. Little arches with bricked up entryways. And again, this is exactly what we see in Salt Lake City. Almost the same scene, the heavy equipment and many floors buried, as we can see here. Why? Now it's not even a case of could they have built this? It's a case of why they have built like this. Why would you build entryways and windows only to block them off? And in some cases, we're not even told there is a building.
Nice.
And these, I
Me
think,
too.
lend
Me
to
too.
some
I'm
of the
getting mine
best
ready.
cases that we have had a civilization wipe out and been told nothing about it.
Look at
There's
that.
no history for this building. There's no name
I mean, what do you think? That just happened by itself?
or
I mean, look at it.
Yeah, definitely a cover up. I mean,
of the dirt, just trying to make a hole and then hitting brick at least 15 to 20 feet underground. And this is our reality. You can throw away every history book out there. This is bigger than an elephant in a room. And this is the mud flood. The mud flood is one of those generic terms we use,
Yes.
as with so many in this community. Such a new topic, we don't even have terms. And when we do have terms, they may not be the best, but we have an understanding again. Ultimately, what we're dealing with is the burial of a rather sophisticated civilization. I would say just as sophisticated, if not more, than our present society. Again, looking for construction of this Polytechnic Museum, we come back to its founding in 1872. And this is not a lie. This is more like it. Rather
Founded
than
means
telling
found.
us
Founded
it was
means
built
they found it.
partially underground, we're told it was found in 1872. After the first all-Russian technical exhibition In 1871, the Moscow Council set aside 500,000 rubles to
Nice.
create a
I want
museum.
500,000 rubles.
And here it is. Unbelievable. Again, to be told the building was constructed
Donate
with
500,000
windows
rubles.
below
Come on.
ground level is a slap in the face. And surely those in positions of power know this and are utilizing the bottom portion of this realm. Again,
Yes.
such an advanced.
Look
Sure
at that
left-
one. That's the one that I've been using for a thumbnail when I don't have. Look at it. It's like under it. There's pillars under the mud. You can't deny that is a building covered in mud.
Yeah, there it
Do you
is.
think that's pre
There it is.
reset?
I don't know. Let's see what I never even know where this picture came from.
And
Let's see what he
utilizing sure left behind, and most of it below our feet. And I'm sure this is all that the power structures are really working on, just excavating and benefiting, as they always have, from the old world, and keeping us in the dark and making us think that we are the peak of progress and at the height of human achievement. And nothing could be further from the truth. And this is much more than just a mud flood. This is bigger than just a flood,
11
especially
watch.
when it's realm-wide.
One channel.
It's one thing
We're on
to see
most
one
people
floor
are on Boston
buried,
Red Mudfoot Adventures.
but several floors
If you're on
like
the other
this,
channels, come over to the
30,
main.
50 feet down.
More people.
This is a much bigger event. And I once had a dream, a very scary dream, where
I
I
just went
found
through the
myself
other channels. Nobody's really
in
hanging out there
California
now.
with my
Alright.
little Ford Ranger and
Nice.
my old
Yeah,
wolf
keep
dog
checking in on 'em.
stole, and suddenly fountains began erupting from out of the ground, shooting up thousands of feet into the air all around me.
Mud tsunami.
And in this dream, I knew it was it, and I didn't try to run, and it was such a certain, unescapable outcome that I didn't bother panicking or running. And I can feel it now as if I was there, just as real as anything I've experienced. The waters from below pushing up and flooding the realm. Just a theory and just a dream, but I thought I would share. And now I just thought we would go through some pictures. This looking like any place, anywhere. And even the blocking job, blocking up the window, is done so well. How long has it been since these windows were installed? How long has it
Mud
been
flood
since
windows.
this whole building was
Just your
exposed?
your
Same with
everyday
these
mud flood
columns
windows.
and the Sphinx. Now we're often told that these are some of the oldest ruins, but when
I think the Sphinx was a Griffith. It had wings. They broke the face.
we realize everything is buried just equally all throughout our world, then it makes us reevaluate the dates and how old could everything really be. And to present day, this is still the case. People doing renovations only to discover
You're just getting
that
here.
the
Thumb it
building
up.
goes
Post, share,
down.
like,
Here we're
subscribe, or
looking
don't.
at least 4 stories.
Post
And
it on
look at the
Twitter.
job just
Post
to
it on
remove
Facebook. Post it on all those things.
the dirt
Thank you.
in this time period. It is clear that people with these means were not the builders of such buildings, struggling to renovate. Here again, unearthing a city. In many cases, they wouldn't unearth the cities. They would just leave them buried with half windows. In other examples, they would just build viaducts, or essentially roads, running over the old roads. And they try to tell us this is the beginning, everything looking like an absolute mess. And clearly this is older than our beginning. When our people unknowingly set out to construct an underground parking lot and discover ruins like this, in my opinion, this is when history and everything we have been told falls apart. Here again, same types of examples. The very building I'm sitting in had the top of a brick wall, just like this, running through the center of the floor, and we ended up putting a floor on top of that. This is a great example because they're doing exactly what we're talking about in a very early time period. And yet there's just these Greco-Roman column ruins just buried down here, along with other things. And like I started off with, it's very exciting that the internet is actually flooded with our research. The layman not probably realizing how to even begin to find it. But as time moves on and more is revealed, I think we'll begin to get a better grasp and understanding of everything that we're seeing. I guess what I mean is we've laid a foundation, and now people can make some kind of sense out of what they're seeing. And real quick, I just want to look at this stolenhistory.net post. The Hollywood Babylon, originally a book published in 1965, lending to this idea that the old world could be in the Americas already, long before the story of some man named Christopher Columbus. And I've come across this in my research a lot. Been blown away by certain sites that I find, only to look into it a little more and be told this is the site of a Hollywood set that's been left abandoned. And I've been very puzzled and perplexed, oftentimes dropping the research when I should have continued. I think just as we have come to find that everything is repurposed from an old civilization, Hollywood is repurposing old ruins and claiming them as movie sets. And here we have a few examples I wanted to look at. One of the first epic Hollywood films, D.W. Griffith's Intolerance, was built around
D.W.
an enormous and realistic looking Ishtar Gate.
Look at that. D.W. Griffiths was built around that.
Another epic film by Cecil DeMille, The Ten Commandments, used the massive Egyptian ruins lying in the California dunes for its outdoor shots. After the
We're
filming
gonna do
wrapped,
we're gonna do some Google Earthing in a little while.
apparently just
I'm waiting for the place to fill up a little more.
dumped everything in the sand and went home. An organization called the Dune Center has been excavating the ruins for decades. Here's what the San Luis Obispo Tribune had to say. For more than 90 years, the set for DeMille's silent film, The Ten Commandments, have been buried in the shifting sands of the Guadalupe Dunes. Archaeologists have been slowly unearthing this set for years, and now the Dune Center is ready to present their latest findings. The nonprofit organization will unveil a giant terracotta-colored Sphinx head and other treasures at the Sphinx and Drinks Auction and Artifact debut on July 21st. Does this make any sense? Archaeologists have spent years unearthing this old movie set, and just mind-blowing. And mind you, this is the first movie set, just a really early time period. It was a silent film, The Ten Commandments. And look at this. Really? Unbelievable. Just the scale for a silent movie that few have ever seen. And I don't know, 90 years. 90 years. Just built all this and dumped it in the sand. I mean, this isn't the kind of thing you just dump in the sand. None of this.
No. Thank you, John Levy. Okay. So now I got this. This looks pretty cool. But that's pretty long. So, right. Super. This is yours. At least we tried.
Good.
Right, let's do it.
On July 4th, 1984, Six Flags Auto World in Flint, Michigan was open to the public. One of the country's first indoor amusement parks, it cost $80 million to construct and stood as a
$80 million.
of Flint. Several years later,
Had to go.
Had to go.
I believe that today, July 4th, 1984, is the first day of the rebirth of the great city of Flint.
Right.
in the late 70s, Flint, Michigan was a city struggling to survive. It was a city built by the automotive industry, much like Detroit. Large car companies like General Motors were beginning to take their manufacturing elsewhere, to other states or across the border to Mexico where labor was cheaper. That, coupled with the ongoing recession and the healing wounds left by the national gas crisis, countless residents of Flint found themselves unemployed and out of options. Something had to be done, but no one was quite sure what. Flint's cultural identity was built around cars. Its people had worked in the factories for generations, and their loyalty to Michigan's car companies was still strong despite years and years of layoffs and mistreatment. What began as a proposition to build an automobile hall of fame slowly morphed into a concept for a hybrid indoor theme park and museum based around the history of the car. During the planning process, Six Flags theme parks became associated with the project, entering into a contract to manage it for 10 years, giving the park the full title of Six Flags Auto World. Construction began in 1982. Outer World was comprised of 2 buildings, a newly constructed dome, and the old historical IMA Auditorium, originally built in 1929. In 1984, the old auditorium was given a new life, and Outer World opened its doors to the public for the first time. Inside, guests would be greeted by a scaled-down, idealized replica of Saginaw Street, the main hub of Flint's downtown area. On this street, similar to Main Street USA in the Magic Kingdom, there were various performers, shops, and food vendors for people to interact with. Beyond that, there were about a dozen attractions throughout the 2 buildings, such as an IMAX screen that showed a movie about humanity's need for speed, 2 dark rides, the humorous history of automobility, hosted by Fred the Carriageless Horse,
Zulu.
Carriageless Horse,
and the Great Race.
This ride will give you a driver's eye view of some of the greatest races in the world. No more watching from the sidelines. Here you take your place behind the wheel and you watch the world as it goes by.
There was a historic carousel and some bumper cars, but that was about it. No roller coasters, no thrill rides, no reason to come back.
Oh, world.
Early critics were concerned about the park's ability to attract return guests and the overall theme of the park. While the theme of automobiles in a city integral to their history initially seemed like a perfect fit, we can't forget that at the time of Outer World's opening, thousands of people were losing their jobs. People whose families had worked in the automotive industry for generations, who used to be able to rely on the good pay and hefty benefits offered to them, were suddenly left with nothing. While attendance for Outer World was initially strong, it quickly began to taper off in the following months. Just as feared, the park failed to entice Flint residents to return for consecutive visits, and tourists from outside the city found very little reason to go, despite a massive overhaul of the city that included new signage, a deluxe Hyatt hotel, and multiple shopping centers.
We've got some great facilities as far as places to stay, interesting places to see, museums, and it's a nice community to visit.
People didn't want to go to Flint. There were other places nearby that had more to offer, such as the colonial town of Crossroads Village and Frankenmuth, a quaint German tourist spot. Outer World moved to seasonal operation in December of 1984. By January 1985, the park was officially closed. It operated sporadically until 1994, and in 1997, the building was sold to the University of Michigan and imploded.
We are less than 1 minute from the implosion.
That's how you spend $80 million right
The narrative surrounding Flint, Michigan is so often a negative one. In the public eye, Flint is oversaturated images of ruined, torn, and abandoned factories. Flint is crime. Flint is the water crisis. Why do the people stay? Why don't they leave? Why do people stay? The thing is, Flint is beautiful in its own way. Maybe not in the same way that other cities are beautiful. Flint's beauty comes from its rich history and its incredible community resources. The Sloan Museum, Longway Planetarium, and the Flint Institute of Art are all places integral to the community and accessible to the masses. Recently, in 2017, the historic Capitol Theater was reopened after its closure in 1996. In 2014, the Flint Farmers Market moved to the former site of the Flint Journal's printing press location and more than doubled its size. In 2013, what was once the tallest building in Flint, Genesee Towers, was imploded after lying abandoned for years. And while I was writing this script, Museum underwent a several-year expansion and will reopen bigger and better than ever before. The city is almost unrecognizable.
Boom.
The more we dig, the more we find. Here we have an image of a diploma for the American Pacific Exposition and Oriental Fair for Portland, Oregon in 1905. So 1904, they have the St. Louis World's Fair. 1 year after, we get this one in Oregon. This diploma is very interesting. As we go down to the bottom, we have a photo, and we can clearly see in the background 2 airships, both looking different. They normally don't show this form of transportation in these photos. They normally blank out the sky. But as we look up all of these countries, we see the big ones, and then we see Caucasia. Have any of us heard of a country in the 1900s named Caucasia? I personally have never heard of Caucasia, which is similar.
Caucasia. What do you guys think?
I want to go there.
All right.
Well, you know, they say white men are Caucasian, right?
Sounds like a sausage fest.
No, I'm just saying, no. The word, so what does that mean? All white men come from Caucasia?
What they want us to think, I think.
Well, I looked it up for, let's see. If you look it up over here, it says Caucasus. 2 hotels in Caucasia. Region in Eurasia, bordered on the south by Iran. The Caucasus. Images for what is Caucasia. Let's see. You know, I don't really know.
It's Caucasian Irish.
Look.
Where is it?
Just, I don't know, in Russia. Armenia. Near Armenia and Russia, parts of Russia.
Well, there ain't white people there. Maybe in Russia, but not Armenia.
All right, let's see what he has to say.
To Tartaria. All of these countries that we were never told about. But this one wasn't hundreds of years ago. This was 1905. So they are now, in my opinion, lying and telling us that Caucasia, or Caucasus, is a region. It has a bunch of countries in it, including Russia, which we all know have connections to Tartaria. But let's take a look at this list again from 1905.
So he's saying they're telling us it was a region with all these other countries, but it wasn't. It was an actual place, an actual country.
They are already listing Russia on this map with Turkey, France, Holland, Germany, Switzerland, Italy. All of these are countries. They are not regions. I'll say it again. These are countries. Why would they then throw a region in there randomly? That doesn't make any sense. I think we are finding, in my opinion, that there is more land that we aren't being told about that was here in the 1900s. And I think Caucasia is being hidden from us right now. Welcome to episode 48 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day. And if you're new,
it's being hidden from us right now. So basically, Caucasia is like the hidden land, the extra land.
Welcome.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too.
Look at this goofball. Sean, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you.
And I want to thank all of our sponsors over on Patreon. Thank you to Flat Earth Dave a lot. We were talking about Caucasia. Really quick, I want to just throw this in here. That there is another country that is clearly blurred out. I wonder if we weren't supposed to see that one. So we were given a photo with the airships in the background in the sky. So I went digging and found this photo from 1905, World's Fair in Oregon, showing more airships. And since I haven't really covered this topic yet on this channel, in my opinion, and a few others, this form of travel was all over the place. It wasn't just created in the 1800s, and the Hindenburg event was used as a scare tactic to make these airships look faulty, removing this free energy form of transportation technology out of our lives. Do you really think that they put a gas in these airships that would be so incredibly flammable and fly them over massive cities? Or does it make more sense that this Hindenburg event was a planned event to get rid of this free form of travel and wipe it from the history books? Here we have a photo of one of these airships sitting in between the 2 spires of the old world building. you can see that they use these spires to electrically charge these airships. And this was common knowledge. And in the very next photo, it's leaving the port. We are not given the truth about our history. This isn't something that we are ever told about in our mainstream schooling system all over the world. Do you find that odd? Let's keep digging. We see that the US Army had this technology in the 1800s, as well as the Navy. Now, this is a photo from July of 1931, and we clearly have an airship charging at the top of this building. So we have a lot going on here, and this was within the last 100 years, an airship charging at the top of this tower. Did you think they only charged at the top of buildings? Of course not. They had charging docks in the middle of the water. Here we have a photo of the US Navy airship in 1924, charging from this boat. Now let's zoom in on this charging station to get a good look at what's going on here. Now this is a technology that we were never told about. This is hidden from our timeline, a clear proof that there is much more to the story than what we've been told, especially since this was not thousands of years ago, and shows how easily history can be rewritten. This technology should be common knowledge at this point. Here we have another angle in Rhode Island of the charging taking place. These airships were not powered by gas or simply helium. And if we switch angles here, we can actually see the charging tool that was used right at the top of this tower. They're clearly about to connect to the airship. So this, in my opinion, is clearly explaining what's going on at the top of these old world buildings. They were charging stations for the airships. They have the same features, and I guarantee you that they still turn on, since this was not that long ago. And I'm going to take this time right now to answer a lot of people's question. Will we ever find the truth? As we keep uncovering more and more documented evidence, we're going to find that the previous civilization was not that far in the past, and our current structures hold so much more technology than we ever truly understood. So in my opinion, yes, we are going to find the truth about all of this. We are uncovering the truth faster and faster, and this community gets bigger and bigger, with more and more people sharing their thoughts and knowledge. The mainstream history is becoming comedy hour at this point. So we can clearly see that these buildings all around the world may have had a second purpose, but they were without a doubt here to generate free energy, specifically for airships. And once you realize this, then we can go deeper and ask the question, was the previous civilization capable of using these buildings to power their flight that were so much more powerful, so much faster, and so much more incredible than an airship? I believe that they fully understood this technology. They were the ones that constructed it. They had this technology and were able to travel through the air.
Wait.
Understood this technology. They were the ones that constructed it. They had this technology and were able to travel through the air so much faster than we can today while using the Earth's natural energy. These buildings are technology. They are able to extract the energy and are able to turn it into a fuel. If you're looking for a why, a motive to suppress this technology, well, it would 100% benefit a civilization, us. It's free. There is zero benefit to free transportation. Free energy. Do we need to go further for the why? So when you go around your town now and see the top of these buildings, we can all understand how popular this form of transportation really was. It was everywhere. Now we have talked about Tartaria. We have shown in this episode in the beginning how there are possibly more countries and more land, such as Caucasia. So we have Tartaria, but we also have Barbaria, where you would get the term barbarians. And of course, again, have any of us heard of a place called Barbaria in history class? Maybe you have now, but in mainstream history, this is not something that is taught to us. We're not being told the truth about any of this. And we have
anyone? Barbaria? Taught about Barbaria? Did they teach you about Barbaria in school? Anyone? No? None of the people watching? No one out there? Okay, just making sure.
many maps of a land called Barbaria. And I believe that these maps are from the previous civilization. They are not presented to us in the mainstream history. So it's our job to go find them in places that are not easily accessible. And in order to find something, you have to know what you're looking for. Thankfully, we do. And then we have this map from the early 1800s showing a land that was to the east of Portugal that was named Barbaria, that is no longer there. It was south of France, west of Italy. So where did this land go? Also, this map shows that Barbaria had islands. And are these points on the map ley lines? What an incredible map to look at. Obviously, an event took place very recently, definitely proving that we've had land here that is no longer here. These maps are so detailed, yet these places are no longer here. And we have this group on the map who are most likely a depiction of the barbarians. Oh, and should I tie it back in with the airships? Can we just zoom in? Right above this disproportionate guy with the red and green on? What is above his head in the sky? That wouldn't be an airship, would it? You tell me. And if anyone can read that in whatever language it's written in, I'd love to know what it says in the comments below. Now, I emailed this company that I'm going to keep hidden, but with a little digging, we can all figure out.
What's up?
I'm from Barbaria myself.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah, haven't you heard of a barbarian before?
I used to eat the chicken dinners at,
Yeah,
at
like
the Barbarian.
Conan.
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian.
There you go.
He came from Barbaria.
And like He-Man from Grayskull.
He-Man.
They put all those things out there to kind of hint that that's kind of how it was, because they had flying things on He-Man too.
Wow. Rastaman knows about barbarians. Wow.
And they could, on top of that, but they could tame their beasts and ride the beasts.
Even the Barbary Coast, that's where they claim that.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
And Barbie probably is from Barbaria too. That's where Barbie's from.
Well, there you go. Wow.
Maybe. Really?
Maybe. I
wish I had her phone number though.
Yeah, that's 911.
It could be Babylon. Babylon.
Look. He's right. Barbaria. Region. Barbaria was the name used by ancient Greeks for literal Northeast Africa. The corresponding Arabic. So they're saying it was Northeast Africa. Let's see. Oh, here's some images. All right, let's see.
I'm gonna
some maps. Barbaria. Here's a map.
I might get to see the Northern Lights here in a minute. How about you guys? Can you see them from where you're at?
Can you film it? I don't know. Can I?
Can you guys? Everybody should be able to see the Northern Lights tonight.
We can see them here from Michigan. Not that I could see them, but
I never ever saw the Northern Lights. I never really heard a cluster of flies last. Never really saw the stars so bright. But in the farmhouse, things will be all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah,
right.
That's official. It's about the Northern Lights.
Well, that's Barbaria.
Yeah, this is a really interesting program you got running tonight, Ray. You've got some really interesting stuff going.
Thank you, Rasta Bear. I appreciate it.
You really deserve like some real contributions for this. I mean, people should be sending $10, $20, $100 super chats, and
one could dream, but I do need money to stay afloat.
I know.
So every few dollars.
Every little bit.
Even if you have like 50 cents left on your Venmo from last October, throw it over.
And they purchased the architecture firm Bradley and Bradley. Since they're an existing architecture firm and it's not from thousands of years ago, they should have the construction photos of the National Guard Armory. But again, we are given another response that fits into what we're talking about here, that these are not the actual builders of these structures. If they built it, they would have at least one picture of construction somewhere in the world. But time and time again, as we have documented here so many times, they never have this on record. So they replied to me saying, we acquired Bradley and Bradley, architects and engineers, in 2016. And I have not come across any construction photos from the National Guard Armory in their files. So they go on to say to contact the Rockford Public Library. to see if they have it. And then 2 sentences later, saying that I believe this information is currently being held at the Hart Interim Library during construction of the new downtown library. So I'm going to be contacting them, and I'll keep you all updated on the situation as we continue on with it.
What channel is that link in that you dropped, Effie Nation? I can't find it.
If you're interested in hearing what we find, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Very interesting stuff. Yet another place that has zero confirmed documentation on these construction projects all over the world. It's very strange, and this is why we are looking into it, exposing something that was hidden for far too long. And for a bonus today, I have a lot of things that I want to share that I've found in my research, and I don't want to just brush over them, but I do want to share them with you all. I found this photo from Portland, Maine, of the old City Hall. In their newspaper from 1888, they wrote that it was built in 1825 and was used in 1832. So this was going on like 200 years ago, and you can see what they're all riding around on. They were able to build these kind of structures so fast, apparently, that after 63 years, this thing was so outdated and needed to be demolished. And it's interesting because this exact story is given to us all over the USA. And in all honesty, it's all over the world. It's weird how we were told that they lived in sheds, yet could afford to knock down relatively new structures like this. Oh, and we are told that they built this thing with a population of like 8,000 people. Like I said before, anyone on a horse, a donkey, and anyone who had a wagon, a shovel, or a chisel was born with incredible architecture skills in the 80s.
Effie Nation, if you had, I thought I saw you drop a link, right? That you want me to play? Drop the link again. I can't find it.
1800s. It's incredible stuff. And I know some of you have mentioned this topic in the comments below. Well, here is a conveniently half-destroyed photo from the 1904 World's Fair. And if we just zoom in a little, you can see what this exhibit was. And here's the description we are given. Served as a fair attraction and a working hospital. This is normal for a fair attraction. These fairs have a much darker purpose than what we have been told. Just read that last sentence.
Sue, to answer your question, I think the Northern Lights are the center, the electrostatics of the realm bouncing off the dome from the center, and you can see it. That's how you can see it in the north, and more sometimes. Most
See, I think the Northern Lights are still they're geomagnetic, and they come off the sun. I mean, I believe that solar flares are what they say they are because I mean I feel the energy from the sun has really been something else the past couple of days, especially today.
It's been a lot on you, Rasta. Has it been taking a toll on you? Has it really been just eating you up?
It has. I threw my back out today, actually, and I think it's part of the energy.
Oh, that sucks.
And it sucks to throw your back out.
Now you fucked up your feet and your back, dude.
Yeah, my feet itch right now, and they're like one of them swollen, and the other one feels like it's kind of swollen, and then now my back's thrown out.
Yeah.
It's just a horrible state of affairs.
Yeah, that sucks.
But hey, I've at least got some good weed I'm about to smoke.
Nice. What kind?
Some type of melon flavor. I forget the name. Melon.
Nice. Sounds
good.
Sounds enticing. Sounds enticing.
Up from hospitals to the concessions. Well, they were brought from somewhere, and this is such a weird thing. Using common sense, how many mothers would allow their kid that is born early to leave the hospital to be, in their own words, an attraction at a fair? Let's use our brains a little now. These are not coming from the hospital, in my opinion. If you want me to get more into this, I will. But I think we get the point, that this was an operation to populate these cities again. And when did Ellis Island start taking immigrants? New Year's Day, 1892. Perfect time to start an operation. You don't find it odd that right around the exact same time period as these World's Fairs, you have these operations to refill the USA back up with a brand new batch of people. Now let's go back to the airships. Here's a photo from 1935. After they removed the airships from our timeline, and they were using the hangar for the airplanes now. And look at the size of this hangar, just to prove how massive these airships were in comparison. The amount of people that could have been on this airship were in the thousands. Here's a sketch of the interior of an airship, and you can see they were incredible. They had bedrooms, dining areas, all of the things that you would do if you were going to treat a society with respect, instead of our form of travel now, where we are all just jammed in next to each other and forced to suffer for hours. So I know this isn't a real photo, but honestly, who knows at this point what the previous civilization was capable of? What kind of things were in these airships that we aren't being told about? Water parks? Events? We know these airships were real. They were everywhere, and they were massive, and now part of the narrative. They put the brakes on them really quick to trick our civilization into thinking that we're advancing into the airplane, when in reality, we had it made with the airship. Now, there are so many pictures of these vehicles all over the place, and they were definitely interesting to look at and wonder. So I want to make sure that I'm able to share these pictures here with everyone so that you don't have to go on a scavenger hunt all over the place for them. And I want to make this point clear, if I haven't already. These airships predate the airplane, and they'll even admit it in the mainstream narrative that the airship was supposedly invented in 1852, which is a lie. It was long before this, and we know that here. And the airplane, as we've covered, was handed over to us in 1903. So 51 years later, rapid speeds, new technology just flying at us, literally. The problem with the 1852 date is that we have depictions of airships that predate the 1800s by civilizations. Knowing this information frees your mind. You are able to think for yourself. You are no longer trapped in the ridiculous mainstream society game that just goes around and around and drives people insane. You can step back and enjoy your life, knowing you are important. Your life is much more meaningful. This place that we all live was filled with great technology. A civilization, in my opinion, that used free technology, possibly no debt, possibly a place where everyone was able to take the time to enjoy their lives instead of working to struggle. Again, it's very important to know this, since we all live in this place, that 100% changes and forms through your thoughts, through all of our thoughts. And when you have a different level of knowledge, your thoughts change for the better. It's very important to know that you are important, and your life is much more meaningful than you were ever made to believe from day one. I mentioned on X a few weeks ago that I had something that is going to 100% destroy anyone's belief in the fake history that we've been told. I'll be putting that in episode 49. It's going to take the narrative and rip it right in half. And I look forward to doing that. We're getting more and more badge members, Patreon members, and subscribers, which is helping more than you guys realize, and also allows us to get boots on the ground work. I'll be going to New York within the year, and also trying to plan a trip to Europe and hopefully Minnesota. A lot of great stuff on the way. I hope you all have a great rest of your
Safe travels.
Sidewinder.
Yeah.
You ever been to the Armory in Flint?
I've been
you
to the
ever heard
Armory.
of it?
I've been to the Armory here in Oregon, the Salem Armory.
Yeah, well, there's
Not
one in
been in it.
Flint.
I've been right by it, but not in it.
Yeah, it's an old castle, stone castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how long that's been there.
Looks ancient. Crusty.
That's it.
Jason Starr, what's up?
Haven't seen Jason
How
in
you
a
doing?
long time, man.
There he is. Jason Starr. He's here. All right, let's do it.
In the last chapter, he explained, he covered how in America there was a sudden need to build asylums in the 18th and 19th centuries. The size and population count during these times make these structures very questionable, some of
Great
them almost
stream
being
rate.
self-contained cities. The narrative is that these were built because there was a rise in sickness and lunatics, and they say this is due to the Civil War and yellow fever. As we covered, this narrative doesn't really make sense, and it's much more likely that these were old world buildings built by a prior civilization that were then turned into reset programming facilities by the inheritors. Now, this video could have been part of the last video because in a way this is a direct continuation of that subject, but I think it's better that we go ahead and do two different videos. It started to become apparent after the research of the last video that many of these asylums have another name. You know how at the very early history of many of these mental institutions, Some of them actually started as prisons that had flooded with many who were mentally ill, and eventually the inmates were told to build their own hospital. At least that's how the story goes. But the point is that at some point, these prisons and mental institutions were essentially one, and the same could be said for the orphanages. Many of these asylums were also orphan homes. They have different names for them. Sometimes they call it orphan asylums, foundling hospitals, and Oddfellow homes.
Oddfellows.
This is where the story gets even deeper. These homes were funded and owned by a Masonic lodge known as the Oddfellows.
Yep.
These people play a major role in the Reset program during the early 1800s, and it was done under the name of philanthropy. But if you look at some of their symbols and the people behind this, you can begin to suspect that maybe their intentions weren't so benign. Interestingly, this was brought up when we looked into Spring Grove in Maryland. Many of these hospitals were funded by this organization. The Independent Order of Oddfellows, IOOF, is a non-political and non-sectarian international fraternal order of odd fellowship. It was founded in 1819 by Thomas Wilde in Baltimore, Maryland, United States, but it evolved from the Order of Oddfellows, founded in England during the 1700s. I don't know, that just kind of seems weird to me, but these people and their whole mission was to educate the orphans. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these Oddfellow buildings.
Yeah, that is weird.
These are essentially orphanages, and they have lodges as well. And it's the same thing. It's the same constant theme that you see with some of these other asylums. Basically castles, right? And who are these people? There's another castle. Who are these Oddfellows with all these symbols, and they have these nice suits and they're all prepared in these cities? But who are these Oddfellows? They're basically a secret order. And I saw this cool website that basically was an artwork done with all their symbols and some prominent Oddfellows and Freemasons. But this is basically another order that is associated with these asylums and orphanages. So if we come down, he was listing some of the people in here. You have the vice president. You have the president in here. You have Albert Pike. So who were these people, and why, do we not hear about them as much as the Freemasons, right? And I find it strange that they try to say that they're all for friendship, love, and truth, right? As if this is just some charitable organization. But then, you come and you look at some of their symbols. I mean, what's going on? We have the eye, we have the fasces. These are all occult symbols. And so we even have Rosicrucian or Catholic type symbols and Masonic artwork. Masonic with the 3 links. So that's the Oddfellow connection. They're connected with the Masons. And Skull and Bones. So these people are the ones funding many of these hospitals, and they have buildings all around the world. Oddfellow halls, they have lodges, they have cemeteries. So this is a big deal. Here's a Oddfellow mansion in Denmark. They're in Australia. Let's keep scrolling down. Here's some in Toronto that look pretty. There's that Denmark one. And then you have some of these smaller ones, but even these, these are still old world buildings. We might think like these are pretty easy to build, and they probably are nowadays, but still, the inheritors weren't going to waste time. They just took over some of these buildings that were already here. So there's some, and there's some bigger ones down here. Here's an Oddfellow hall. Pretty impressive looking. Let's see this one, St. Charles. And so, yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very, very wealthy organization to own all these buildings or have all these constructed, as they tell us. So, and all these lodges too, they look very old world. And then they have cemeteries, so very strange indeed. The Oddfellows, also known as the Three Link Fraternity, is one of the oldest and
Thumb it up.
largest
Oh,
non-political
share.
and
I'll
non-sectarian
put out the link
fraternal
if
and
anyone wants to join.
service-oriented organizations in the
Support
world.
us.
Now,
We need
if
it.
you think this
We
is
need
just
the
some white
support. We
person
really
thing
do.
or this operation was done
We
solely
need it
by
more than
one
ever.
race, you're mistaken, as many of these Oddfellow organizations were also entirely black. We will come back to this when we get to the colored orphanages. Essentially, at this time, there was no healthcare, no orphanages, no care for the elderly, so this group called the Order of Oddfellows comes out of nowhere. There are many theories about how it first started and got its name, but its generally accepted belief is that it emerged in England when a group of working class men who fell outside of the established system of trade guilds banded together to form their own labor association. So they continue, and this is what they tell us, that at the time of industrialization in England, fellows from various odd trades gathered together and formed a fraternity to protect and care for their members and communities at a time when there was no
20 in the
welfare
chat.
state,
Thumb it up.
trade
Oh,
unions,
share.
and national health insurance.
We're on
Honestly,
3 channels
I think
tonight.
it's complete BS
Singe
because,
Man's
as we'll
here.
see shortly, these people had a lot of money and were not such an average working class guys as we're led to believe. It could also be that at some point the state
You
took
can
over
talk to
because
Singe Man
there's
in
no
the
way that
chat.
this was just started by a few laborers. But of course, they give us this story. They would work together to help each other and the unfortunate families back on their feet, whether it was rebuilding a barn that had burned or putting in a new crop after a devastating season. Such helpers came to be known as Odd Fellows, so named by general population who thought they were an odd bunch of fellows who would behave in such a selfless and seemingly impractical fashion. Then the group adopted the name. This is a pretty funny way to get their name, but these are the stories that they tell us. And as many of you know, many of these controllers think they're clever by working under philanthropy, as the order's triple link symbol is alluding to its motto, friendship, love, and truth, which sounds pretty fake to me. By the early 1700s, there were a number of Odd Fellows organizations in England. In 1810, various Oddfellow lodges of the London Union Order in Manchester organized an independent order of Oddfellows with the title Manchester Unity. With their improved system, they were able to persuade other Oddfellow lodges to join their unity. They also chartered the Independent Order of Oddfellows in
Nick.
America years
You
after.
want to join?
Okay, so it started in England, and at some point, through
Kinda just
Thomas Wildy,
hanging
he
out.
immigrates into Maryland and then decides to get Oddfellows started in America. Because at this time, for whatever reason, according to the narrative, there was no health insurance and there was no one there to take care of all the people. So, they decide that they're going to go build all these massive asylums and orphanages and spend all this money to make it super detailed and ornate. And let's break all other architectural goals ever made in America. And let's go ahead and make it a
Valley
self-contained
Fox,
city. And you know what?
gifted
We're going
5.
to do all of this
Thank you,
for
Valley
free.
Fox.
That's basically the abridged version. Okay, so do you believe that?
We might have a lot of members now because last night, who was it? FE Nation gifted 5 memberships. It's like 10 new members. Wow, that's great. Thanks for the support. Awesome. Support any which way you can.
So who is this
It will help
Thomas
out in the
Wildy?
long run.
Wildy was born in London,
Yeah,
England in
Boyd's a member
1782.
now?
He was left an orphan 5 years later in the
I might have to have a members only stream now, at least one. Maybe tomorrow night.
IOF pledged to educate the orphan sprang from his personal childhood experiences. See, so what you have is these orphans guiding other orphans, and this kind of reminds me a lot of the Promised Neverland, which we should definitely do a breakdown in the future, but essentially this process had already begun by this point.
Well, there's custom emojis you can use.
At the age of 14, Wildy went to live with an uncle. After he had 9 years of schooling, he became an apprentice to a maker of coach springs. He joined the British Oddfellows in 1804. Right, so they train a child to join this fraternity, and if you're the right choice, you continue the cycle. So when Wildy immigrated to America in 1817, the British were still unpopular in the States because of the War of 1812. And that year, Baltimore was suffering both from yellow fever epidemic and mass unemployment. I find it weird that they feel the need to bring this up again. It's like all these organizations and structures are being founded during this 1812 time, and so they even admit that this outside organization infiltrating Maryland is basically unpopular. Are the Oddfellows some type of British fraternity that was started in the early 1700s to facilitate the process of putting orphans through reset programming? So he comes to America, puts out an advertisement, and on April 26, 1819, 4 men who responded to the advertisement formed the Independent Order of Oddfellows in North America, dedicating the order to achieve philanthropic goals. Other Englishmen who were Oddfellows had grouped in the states along the eastern seaboard and willed to gather them all into the newly formed fraternity. He traveled widely to set up lodges in the most recently settled parts of the country. Now, it's not just that they bought these buildings, because that's one link that we have to this fraternity, but it's much harder to find what are the institutions that may have been funded by this very same fraternity, such as the asylums and colleges. See, when they say philanthropy, it really means they're capitalizing on their means of control and power. I just have a hard time believing that this random guy named Thomas came to America and just started one of the largest organizations to this day. And how did he get so wealthy if he was an orphan? These 5 people were responsible for funding many of these Oddfellow homes during this period, and they did so for free. I didn't really mention this earlier, but if you look at some of the symbols on the buildings, you can see royal Phoenician family symbology. This isn't just something that started from a small guild.
Oh, that's the one.
This is another
That's
aspect
my
that we need to
picture.
understand is that in
Come
the modern
on,
day,
dude. That's mine. That's
under the
that's my
Freemasons,
picture.
anyone can join
I'm telling you, he took that from my video.
nowadays, and they say it's just for love, and oh, this is just a fascist, and it means we need to
It's all
stick
right. I mean,
together. You know,
it's
they
all
make
good.
it sound all innocent because they
But I
probably
know
really
because
don't know.
I'm the one who founded the building.
We're definitely very like one of those like American secret societies that you hear about from the Gilded Age.
Oh, I am in. And to our surprise, their headquarters is in downtown Tuscola. The group sounds like something out of a movie, really.
They're called the Oddfellows, and their goal is to give back to their community. WCIA 3's Jessica Coons is here. Jessica, the Oddfellows have been around, it sounds like, for a long time.
Paul, they celebrate their 200th birthday in the U.S. next year. And while we're calling them a secret society, they actually do want you to know who they are because they're working to make a difference. Up a steep staircase in downtown Tuscola,
baby.
Oddfellows enter their secret meeting space.
Who goes there?
And this is where we give the password.
That
Wow,
password
you need
gets
a
you
password?
into
Was it
this
Dungeons and
cavernous room. Ainsley Heilich and his business partner
Dungeons and
bought the
Dragons?
building 7 years ago, and when they walked into this space, they didn't know what to think. Then they found out it used to house an Oddfellows lodge dating all the way back to 1865.
We found all this great old regalia that was just hidden up in the crawl space, almost like national treasure. It's like you start down a path of like little breadcrumbs and it just kind of ropes you in further and further, and here we are.
With 55 lodges in Illinois alone. Heilich brought back Tuscola's order 3 years ago. They focus on charity work. He says people crave being part of something bigger.
For a lot of people of my generation, we were raised on the internet, and we are seeking that in-person interaction, and we're definitely growing tired of all the arguing on Facebook.
He says this
So they're all
room
from-
is a
they're like a
safe
group that
haven
met
for
online.
people looking for more out of life.
When you come to a lodge, you leave all that behind you. You can't talk about religion. You can't talk about politics. All you're allowed to do is focus on doing the good of the order and being good friends to each other.
That's what brought Natasha Gardewine here
Sounds
almost
legit.
a year ago.
Like I was kind of looking for like a group of people, to kind of, we have similar interests and stuff.
I don't know
So
about
I
this
got
one.
here and I was really impressed with it because of the
I
group
don't
of
know.
artists, and it kind of felt like
I
somewhere
don't know.
that I could fit in.
I'm not
She
buying it.
encourages others to join too, if not for the friends alone, but being part of a secret society is pretty cool too.
So I was looking through photos and I noticed that there was this
Hey, where'd
ritual
everybody go,
that
Ray?
involved riding some kind of
No.
goat.
They all slept
And
on the late night. You know what?
so there's a
Play
couple
it.
books that actually came out talking about
Call it.
different signs.
Yeah, we gotta do it. We're calling all of you out, dude. All you people that were here and left, you all slept on the fucking late night. Fuck you.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override.
I never knew how sweet the taste of love can be until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
What happened?
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with, just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it, just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The globe is munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids, and asteroids too. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
Signs and secret passwords and stuff. So I mean, this is not
Put
just
up the link.
some, you know, love
We'll
and
carry you,
truth.
Ray. It'll be all right.
We're doing fine.
Going on.
Yeah, me and you are great. Super. At least you're still awake.
But in 1845, A
I wouldn't leave
supposed
you hanging,
expelled and
brother. Not by
anonymous
yourself.
Oddfellow published a book
Nah.
called Odd Fellowship Exposed,
Do
where the
it.
writer described a horrific and probably inaccurate initiation ceremony.
I could do it if
In
I
the
had to.
ceremony, a voice
know.
cries,
But I like
"Prepare the
hanging out
goat,"
with
when
people.
a large black
Right?
and
I
white
like hanging
goat
out with
steps
you
into
too.
the hall, and the new initiate is
Yeah.
told to mount it. After doing this and grabbing the animal's
Did you
large
get
horns,
strings?
the new initiate is thrown from the goat.
No, I still didn't get guitar strings.
We have a guitar
You know,
string emergency.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
in the
have. I
link.
can't play the guitar. I don't have strings, dude.
Oh.
Zulu one told me to put the link out on his chat, but I didn't want to do it to his channel.
So
'cause
$20
I
is
feel like
stopping us from playing any music. This $20 got right in the way,
yeah,
dude.
because I use a very specific set of strings.
Yeah, they're $20 or less.
Actually, yeah. Hold on, I'll show you guys.
Yeah, show them what strings you gotta have, because like we
No,
can't
no,
really
no.
do this.
I have something even better. Just
Good.
just give me a second. I gotta look at my channel. Here, I'll play this for a second. I'll get it going.
Goat and lands on the floor on his back, hearing laughter all around. So, pretty strange. And then there's another book that confirms it too. So it's not just this book. And it makes you wonder, why don't they talk about these Oddfellows doing rituals or being very symbolic? Like, why is that not explained when we kind of look up the wiki page or just a basic explanation of these people? And I also saw that there was this book that kind of explained the symbols a little bit more, and this could be its own video, but it's very religious. It obviously seems kind of associated with something much older. This is not just some laborers who came up with all this stuff. And so yeah, I just thought it was kind of weird that they don't really bring this up. I can't help but wonder why they went so far to make it a ritual or symbolical at all. This is just a private men's club, right? If you want to talk about philosophy, then do so. But I think it's more likely that our modern day Oddfellow lodges and groups are the remnants of a secret occult fraternity that was connected to the royal monarchy. They most likely have moved into other organizations, or only the highest ranking members truly know the history of these lodges. Look into it. These Oddfellow Masons try to make it seem like they just talk about life and working as a team and stuff. But if we look at these old photos of these Oddfellows, I think it was something else back then. Look at some of these pictures. I mean, the whole city is in on it. It's almost as if this is some type of orphanage society that groomed the orphans into controlling the next batch of orphans, possibly by giving them some knowledge of the old world.
I don't know my channel.
So I saw this when I was looking through Google, and I saw these kind of like illustrations, and I was like, huh, that kind of looks Tartarian, because I know I've seen these types of engravings and pictures in other books where they are like depicting Tartarians, and they look just like this. And supposedly this is Oddfellow costumes. And at first I was like not really sure if it actually was the same thing, but I think it is. Here's the Skull and Bones thing. Here are some real Oddfellows, and this is basically like there's different levels. Here's a book talking about it. Let's see.
Maybe
the
not.
Warden, the First Degree.
Maybe it never existed.
Click on this. So, I think this is something to consider. I don't know 100% how to kind of add this in, but I thought it was weird because it does remind me of some of those Tartarian depictions that we've seen. Not only are they connected with most of the local city institutions, but also the colleges. So if they didn't build all these structures, then what's going on?
All right,
Well,
here it is.
first we need to take a
One of
look
them,
at
anyway.
ghost or reset cities. There are many photographs from the 1800s that should show heavily populated cities that seem to be completely empty. It's almost as if
So, back in the day, this is like years ago. I did a live stream and I was joking around saying, I got a very specific set of strings. I have a very, I need the Fender acoustics, right? So this one is after I got the next live stream. This one's called specific set of strings sounds great. So this is the very specific set of strings that I use. It's $20, dude. It's a Fender acoustic strings, dude. You can get them shipped to me. Go ahead. All right, check this out. In order to sound like that, I need those strings. $20. Cash App, Venmo, whatever, PayPal. It's all there. It's posted. Thank you. I appreciate it.
If it's a total ghost town. What if the majority of these cities were already here, and then some event occurred that wiped large parts of the cities away? A lot of downtown areas are likely the result of this cataclysm. Many of the buildings not only have underground sections, but are only old brick up to a certain point before they are reconstructed with new materials. This would imply that the tops of these buildings were destroyed at some point. And it's more than just a few buildings that could have suffered a random fire. It's dozens, maybe even hundreds in nearly every city.
Good call.
The idea that this is a natural cyclical reset is just as plausible as the idea.
It's like, you know what? It's like all right. It's like we're all on a train together. We all have to run this locomotive, right? But you see a squeaky wheel that one guy just can't handle. For some reason, he just can't handle the load. And usually other people will just squeak that wheel for him. Get the locomotive, keep it running, keep things moving, keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
My motto. But we'll see.
Idea that our very idea of nature is being manipulated by other humans for the sole purpose of mitigating human populations under the guise of acts of God or weather phenomena. A fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or explanation is in question. A group of inheritors then came in and began the process of using these buildings for their own population. They'd empty out a city and then move in a completely new batch of people. There'd be orphans who knew nothing of their history or the last world. Anyone who knew or didn't follow instructions would be put in the asylum. The way I see it is that the whole War of 1812 has to do with there still being some surviving populations in the US and their attempt to fight off the invaders. There must have been some type of hijacking during this point, and one of the means of doing so was asylums, colleges, and repopulating cities.
Yeah.
We have all
These
these
asylums
fire
are
events
good.
occurring
This is
during
gonna
this
get-
time,
this is
and
gonna get
these are
good.
huge fires, and it may be that this is connected to when a city gets
Because
hijacked.
these asylums housed about 240 people. You know, a small community of people lived there their entire lives, all because they disagreed with the narrative, the mainstream narrative. When they came over on the boat, they were taken as orphans. They didn't want to go along with the mainstream, with the government,
right?
And they got put in communities of asylums that they just had to live out their entire lives in.
Prepared for repopulation. So
they got diagnosed with schizophrenia and all kinds of, you got this, you got that. The name game, pointing the finger. He did it, you did it. Nobody wants to own up and take the blame for themselves.
Kept them drugged.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Nobody wants to be held liable.
So let's take a look at some old photos of San Francisco, and they're pretty good quality. It's basically a panorama, and these photos were taken in the 1870s. So, according to the history of San Francisco, it was founded by Spain in November of
Nice,
1769,
nice,
but it was
nice.
still a small settlement
Nice.
with,
Thank you. Thank
quote,
you.
inhospitable geography. So, in 1850,
Let's just go with that for a second, right? So check this out, Valley Pox, right? In all honesty, right? $1 is nothing to these people, right? Most people, if they drive, they have $1 worth of change on their floor in their car, right? So, but I have like 16,000 subscribers. If everybody gave me $1, dude, my problems would be over.
there was still no real city yet, and it wasn't until the gold rush that people started moving into these areas in the West, as the story goes. And so the population during this time is supposed to be around 150,000. And let's keep in mind that this is only because of an odd boost in the amount of people in the 1870s, 20 years after the gold rush. It has the largest population increase if we don't include the initial population growth of the first decade.
Where have you been? Were you here? You haven't been here in a few nights, have you? I noticed. Busy, busy, busy.
To me, this city does not look like a city of 150,000, but a city of more than a
Busy
million.
making
But
bread and
where
shit.
is everybody? There's not a soul to
And
be
gardening.
seen. And
Taking care of
one of the
animals.
common explanations for this is that these were architectural photos commissioned by the owner of the buildings themselves.
Oh, I knew
and
she was
so
gonna say
they
that.
didn't want busy streets, and it just doesn't really seem like that's the full story, as you would think there would be someone,
Angela?
at least some horses or children walking around.
Is it on your channel? Is there garden on the channel? I think it is. I think I've seen it. Some of it. Anyway, let's see. So Angela is very lucky where she has some space and she can just grow a lot of things and take baths outside in the middle of the yard, but nobody lives around. It's like because nobody lives around her, so she can do that. Must be nice. Must be nice. Let's see. Is it no sprouts in the garden? Here we go. Dandelions. All right, yeah, there's some stuff here. So can you guys see? Huh? Yeah. Let me see. This one. No. There it is. Okay. All right. This is her channel. She decorates things, and she has garden. She has a bathtub outside, and she let's see. Oh, there you go. Sprouts in the garden. That's the one. That's the one I saw. I knew I saw one with the garden. What up, Jonathan? It's a good garden. I'm hoping to do something like this. I'm hoping to do something like that where I'm at. I have plenty of sun and plenty of space to do it. So not as much space as her, but it looks nice.
I mean, even on a Sunday, you would see people going out to church. So it's just very strange that we don't see anyone in these photos. It's not just the photos that make San Francisco suspect, but the world fairs that were built and destroyed within a span of 20 years. And this is also home to the largest earthquakes and fires known in U.S. history. Or at least that's what they tell us, as this seems to be a common theme with almost every city. It's also strange that there was this great flood in 1862 that sank the entire city of Sacramento and left a small island sea in Orange County that lasted for 3 weeks. Seems like a lot of things were happening back then in California.
Wow, we got 18 people.
This may have been one of the great events that transformed California's appearance, as it was literally thought to be an island just less than 100 years prior, but No, that's just a cartographic error. Let's move on to Chicago. And I think I need to
Private
mention
chat, Ray.
that some people
I
might
see
need
it.
to see literally the exact same scenario as San Francisco with these like HD photos and all this stuff, but it's like it's not always as simple as it's very difficult to find photos of major cities before 1870, which if you ask me, it doesn't really make that much sense. Why does California have professional panoramic photos of their city in 1870s, but we don't see anything like that for Chicago or New York? If so, it has been purposely hidden. So basically,
So
Chicago was started in the 1830s, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on with Chicago. Like the entire city was lifted up by a couple feet, and this was all done by private property owners with jacks. And they were lifting these huge buildings up off the ground because there was flooding due to these nearby swamplands. And I don't really buy that story at all. But on top of that, they tell us that there was this
so
huge fire.
what?
And
What is a song you mix with Crumb, right? So what'd you guys do? You went when you went into it was a live stream that Crumb had on, right?
Yeah.
Explain it. So you guys all wrote a song together, right?
Right.
How did it work?
So everybody in the chat kind of steered the song, and we agreed to kind of steer it toward a minor, like a breakup song, a truther, like being stuck with someone who just refuses to see. And then,
So there was none of that AI involved, or it was
no,
like
and
everybody
there was no backing track. There was no predisposition at all. We went in just completely open, which is why it worked so well. He did another one now just recently where he kind of had more structure and like a backing track. You just got to go in open anyway.
So who was involved in this one?
Well, so the cool thing is like a lot of musicians from the community just happened to be on. Like they were attracted for the same reason I was. Hey, let's write a song together. I'm in, dude. So a bunch of us all showed up, and we suggested chords and chord changes. Alex Michael came on with them, and they kind of buttered up the chord changes a little bit. It was kind of nice.
So they left it kind of open ended, and then you took the audio and with the guitar and layered a few other instruments on it.
Yeah, there's kind of a middle bit. So that was how it all started, like picking the key and the sort of like the melodic background and like the framework, and then everybody in the chat, musicians or not, all contributed to the lyrics.
And who was there? Name some of the people. Who was there?
Mojo was there. Let me think.
Shop. Okay.
Yeah, Mojo was a big contributor, I think. Like I said, Alex Michael, Flat Earth Man.
Oh, Alex Michael was he was in the chat or he was on the show?
Well, he also came on screen with them and grabbed his guitar, and they kind of worked together and, like I said, kind of buttered up the chord changes and made it sweeter, So anyway,
he didn't sing it. He didn't sing on the version you got or anything. Like, what did he do? He didn't play anything?
Alex Michael? He only stayed like long enough to kind of like steer the chord changes a little bit and make a few suggestions, and then he got out of there. And Crow took all the notes from chat and all the ideas. And
Crow, Crow.
I'm sorry, not Crow. Crumb. I meant
Crumb.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Well, he laid it down clean at the end. This was a 4-hour.
Stu said she has a line in that song.
Oh yeah, see, yeah.
See, so everybody's involved. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll play it.
Yeah.
Listen, let me play it in 6 minutes, and we'll talk about it after.
Yep.
Let it play. Mute yourself.
I lived the life for so long. It's sad that I have to write this song. Everyone I loved is gone, and everything that I thought was wrong. I always wondered why I was so sad. I lifted the veil and goodbye, man. not what it seems. Too many lies beneath the sea. Standing there in your room, I'm telling you that the earth's not alone. I thought that you would understand, but the lies are too big to comprehend. I tried to show you what is real, and now I question you and the way you feel. And all I ask is for you to look, but you won't even pick up a book. And now my eyes are opening, and you're still asleep. I tried to wake you, I tried to shake you, but I can only weep. But I'm not crazy, I'm not lazy. I'm searching for the truth. I'm not lazy, things are hazy. The sky's no longer blue. I'm not crazy, I'm not lazy. Just searching for some clues. I need someone to share it, but it's not you. No, it's not you. We were in love, and love makes the world go round. But it was all lies, and you can't understand the new love that I found. Now I have to let her go. She doesn't want to know. Oh, what was I before apart? You are spinning, it breaks my heart. You dream of space and galaxies, but I can no longer believe she was a ballerina in a ballerina. I'm not crazy, I'm not lazy, just searching for the truth. I'm not lazy, I'm not crazy, and the sky's no longer blue. I'm not crazy, I'm not lazy, I'm just searching for some clues. I need someone to share it, but it's not you. No, it's not you. It's not you.
Thank you for the support,
It
Andy.
is
It really helps. Every little bit helps. Because the way that when you donate through YouTube like that, the way that it works is, I know people that aren't monetized don't know. Well, the way that it works through YouTube is like they only pay me in Singeman. So like that, I split that with Singeman. Whatever we make from the show, from donations on YouTube, and whatever we're making through for his art or the T-shirts, anything that he's involved in on the show, anything we make money, I split with Singe, and I share my channel with him. Thank you. We just got another donation. Jonathan donated $10 on Cash App. Thank you. I appreciate the support, man. We needed to keep this thing running. We got 3 channels running right now because John donated the money last night for StreamYard. Now we have 3 channels running. We have our watermark back and the backgrounds and everything. We're back. So the support is really helping. Without the support, the show's not as good. And it proves it. So I love you, Jonathan. Thank you. So yeah, so like what YouTube does is like YouTube takes like 35%, right, of like whatever you guys donate. Like they make money off of it because it's their platform. What? Yeah. So like they give me like, I don't know. It's like if you donate $100, they give me like 60 or something, right? And then I split that with Singeman. Yeah, it's better to do it through Cash App and Venmo, but if YouTube's the only way you can do it, donate through them, and we'll get it eventually. It'll add up, But the thing is, we need to get closer to that $100 threshold so they'll pay out. So like every little bit gets us there. Like right now on YouTube, because Valley Park's got those memberships, that's gonna help. We're not sure, but it was at like 70 something. So we need like 30 more on YouTube to get them to pay out by the 21st. It's a whole rigmarole. It doesn't happen instantly. But thank you. God bless you all who support. Let's get back to the program. Because I'm programming.
Thanks for playing.
I'm programming you. Oh, yeah. So yeah, let's talk about the Crumb song.
Oh yeah.
So all right. So
he
like
laid it down clean at the end of the show. I asked him on the stream, try to lay it down as clean as you can so I can work with it. And he laid it down really nice and clean and left it like a 4-second dead pause at the end. So clean, dude. And then he turned right around and played his recording back and played like a rhythm guitar and like a highlight vocal track to it. So that gave me like 2 more layers to add to it. And I grabbed those videos, synced them up, and added 5 tracks of my own, vocals and 4 instruments, and mixed it all. And I'm happy with it. He's happy with it. The community, it's a community song, man. There's no copyright. Everybody owns it, and anybody can mix it. It's available on my Jam Depot server. Anyone who's interested, all the tracks, the whole project is there.
That was pretty cool.
Thank you.
So that's awesome. Tonight we got for support. Tonight we got Valley Parks grabbed a bunch of memberships for everybody, 5 people. Then we had Jonathan donated 10 through Cash App. God bless you. And then we had Andy donated $1. God bless you too. Just wanted to let you know.
Hey, and his money.
So I always like to thank people. I don't forget. But it's hard for us to make like a list every single time someone donates and change the list. It's like no way of really doing it. It's like we have a list and it's an old list. But really, we thank everybody. So this says Chicago as seen after the Great Conflagration. So in Chicago, they don't call it a great fire, they call it a great conflagration. You want flagration. You ever heard that term, Super?
Yeah.
No.
What do you know? I'm going to bring it up.
Come together, I think. Conflagration, I think that means to come together. I think.
Watch, let's see. It might, but let's see. Great. I think it means to burn something. Let's see. Conflagration. Conflagration. Oh, I am Googling it.
Oh,
I am Googling it. Okay.
UN.
Conflict. Here you go. Merriam-Webster. The conflagration destroyed the warehouses. Look, conflagration. Conflagration.
Okay.
The treaty, the
Oh, that
massive
must
quake.
be
Look, the massive
false
quake brought
flag.
down post and split gas lines, causing several small fires. Quickly covered into one giant conflagration that burned 3 days. So it's a giant fire, dude. It's a
Hey,
giant fire that burns for days.
I never thought about it, but when you have a false flag, right? Hello.
Thinking.
Yep.
Processing.
I'm here.
Check out what the word flag means. Google flag. How many? If there's more than one.
Hold on, I'm on the trail here. I'm on the trail. Great Chicago fire. That's the conflagration. It was caused by a cow kicked over a candle and burnt down the whole place. Let's see. Is this going to play?
Cows are a problem, man.
Hey, you ever been whipped in the face by a cow's tail?
No.
I have.
300
I used to work
lives
on a dairy
lost,
farm.
18,000 structures destroyed, 3.5 square miles of Chicago's central business district and north side leveled.
Not one person
What started
died.
in a small barn on the city's near west side became an uncontrollable blaze that
A small
raged
barn.
for 36 hours straight
A
before
cow
burning
kicked
itself
over
out.
a candle and started
In
all
spite
this.
of the damage it
Burnt down
caused,
the whole
Great
city.
Chicago Fire of
Do you believe it?
1871 has come to symbolize a city's
Nope.
rebirth.
Not.
It created the foundation on which
I'm not buying
architects,
it.
planners, and politicians built the Chicago we know today.
Conflagration.
Civic pride was revived as soon as the
Forever
flames
love.
died. In its first full issue after the
I'll put up
fire,
the link again.
the Chicago Tribune ran an editorial titled
Come join
Cheer
us.
Up,
Show of
capturing this
force.
enterprising
Show of
spirit.
force.
Looking
Mud
upon
mob.
the ashes of 30 years' accumulations, the people of this once beautiful city have resolved that Chicago shall rise again. In the 5 years that followed the fire, developers spent nearly $50 million on new construction, most of it downtown. The Loop
I want to
was
drop out. Are you
remade
going
into
to
the
stay on,
commercial
John?
and financial heart of the
Yeah.
city, and a
All
new
right.
Yeah,
fire
good night.
zone prevented
you
the
too.
redevelopment
I'll be
of the
watching.
wooden
We're gonna
housing
keep it going.
that
We're
was
gonna keep
common
it going
downtown before the
Yeah.
fire.
for a little
The
while.
Rookery
At
Building,
least. We'll see.
designed by
There's a
Burnham
lot of
and
people
Root,
here now.
is a fitting symbol of Chicago's post-fire downtown.
See you on the playground.
When it opened in 1888,
Right
the
on.
Rookery was one of the early terracotta-clad, fireproof buildings constructed in Chicago's new fire zone. The building, commissioned by the Central Safety Deposit
I
Company,
love stuff
was
like
built
this
to reflect the
because
height
it's
of
like
luxury in commercial
a
design.
mud flood thing, but it's
A
not by mud
classified
flood
ad in
people.
the Tribune assured prospective tenants that the building was absolutely fireproof and boasted it was the most complete office building in the world. Today, the Rookery remains one of Chicago's most iconic buildings, symbolizing the city's rise from the ashes of the Great Fire.
All right. Great fire.
Hey, you
Is
ever,
that all? Is that all? About the Architecture Foundation. Go ahead.
Ray, not to stray from the subject right now, but you know, they got the term inventory and invention.
Back to the conflagration. Yeah. I can't
All
even say
right.
that word. Conflagration. Yeah. What were you saying?
I was just talking
What?
about when they say when they invent something, it's like they had a big warehouse and of all the inventions and knowledge of everything. When they need when they want to introduce something or they need something, they go to the inventory and get a new invention.
Oh, we got another donation. Thank you. Thank you. He sent me.
It's like they
Julio
got
sent us
warehouses
$2.
of all the
It
old
helps.
tech.
Thank you. Thank you, Julio. God bless you, man. Every little bit helps. Little goes a long way. What were you saying, John Keeley?
I'm just talking about how they slowly
I don't
release
want to
the
cut you off.
technology.
Yeah. The inventors. I'm not sure if most things were really invented anyway. Like the things they're saying. I know what you're getting at. Like, how do we know that? Like, when they release technology and they have an invention, do they really invented it, or did they already have it somewhere like stashed away in a friggin', wherever they found it, and then they're like, oh, Joe Schmo invented this the other day. And then they, that's what he's saying, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah. And when they get it out of the
I
inventory,
was
they call it invention. I don't know. That's just what somebody else said.
I know what you're saying.
1870.
Yeah.
This here is
I
our
was
key,
listening.
as we have nothing else to go on. This is when Chicago became a ghost city and cleared out. We do have a few photos of what this looked like, and let me ask you, does this really look like just a simple fire? They literally tell us that this is the Great Fire that did all this damage
bomb.
because a cow kicked over a lantern and set fire to a barn,
There you
right?
go.
So even the photos in the early 1900s look kind of weird and empty. And don't get me wrong, you can find photos of Chicago populated in the 1900s, but it's like 1906, 1910. This is after the city was repopulated. Before 1870s, you will not see densely populated city photos, which is strange because they completely possess the ability to take these photos. So why didn't they? It also wasn't just dependent on long exposure capture either, as other methods were already being developed, such as Thomson's revolver camera of 1862. The revolver photographique was patented in 1862 and made by a Parisian instrument maker A. Briois. The camera made 4 exposures on a circular glass plate,
there's a lot
with
of
the
people.
lens being held in the barrel of the gun.
Jack
This
stuff.
allowed the photographer to aim and steady the camera with one hand, using the other hand to operate the controls. There is no excuse. The technology was there. Why don't we have more clear photos? It's looking as if they've been systematically removed. Now, New York was one of the first cities to be reset in America, as it was possibly one of the largest settlements of the Tartarians at the time. The city was most likely taken over right before the early 1800s. If we look at how it was depicted in the 1870s, we can see that it should be almost overpacked at this point, and even some of the engravings at this time show it to be very dense streets. But when we look at photos from around the 1870s time period, we really don't see that much on the streets. Yes, if you look at the 1900s photos, you'll see lots of people, but if you look just a little bit earlier, there are many photos shot during the day that show streets completely empty.
Amazing.
And
Look at
I
that.
do think that there were people here at this time, probably not as much as they tell us, but just look at all these buildings. You would think buildings this large, we would see way more people on the streets. In New York, there's another great fire that was forgotten that occurred in 1776 that destroyed almost 1,000 structures. This fire isn't really well known, but again, you see this in every city as it's a part of the reset process. They must clear these cities out before moving in a new population, and one of the excuses is fires. I found this interesting though. So according to
Was
the
it New
official
York or
history,
New Amsterdam?
George Washington and the Revolutionary Army had
Hold
realized
on.
that the
I'll
British
pause
would
this for a
capture
second.
New York City.
What is it, John? New
Was
York.
it
Yeah,
New
he just said
York
New
or
York.
New Amsterdam that burned?
He just said this is New York. He said New York City.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, it used to be
So
called
they
New
decided to just set fire to everything so that they would gain
Oh
little
yeah. New York was like I think the first Great Fire. That's what I read the other day.
from it. Now, at first I thought, maybe that's a cover story, but what if there's actually something to that? It would explain why it took the inheritors until the early 1900s to repopulate New York and some of these other cities, as the Tartarians realized that they were going to lose the city and decided it was best to move west and set the cities on fire before the War of 1812. I think it's not too much of a stretch to think that when we see a revolution around this time period, there's some kind of battle going on between the new rulers and the remaining survivors of the old world. I should also mention that there was a lot of compositing going on in these early 1900 photos, which makes a lot of this even more suspicious, but even in some of the most iconic photographs, I believe these to be composites. They did the same thing for construction photos and for adding crowds in. But why would they do this? Well, the main explanation would most likely be for getting these architectural photos, and they would do a certain cleanup process in post. But
Well,
I don't
nobody
think
else
that
looks like
most people
nobody
are
else is on
thinking
tonight,
about that
so
when they
we
look at
got
some
that
of these
covered.
older photos. They 100% had the ability to manipulate and mix photos during this time, so this isn't some crazy concept.
Oh,
But
all right. I
we
think
can
this is the
still see
video
that something's off with the
that FE
official
Nation
narrative
wanted me to play
because
earlier.
we should see more people and more photos
I found
going
it.
back into the 1870s. And even the photos that we do have from the 1890s and 1900s
This
look
must be
to
it.
be very low population.
Bring it in.
Some of
This
these
one?
photos are very ghostly, and
No, I got it.
I
I'll
showed
bring
you
it
that we
in.
would
Look
have
at
the
that building right
capabilities of
there.
shooting HD photos in the 1870s with
I
California,
missed it.
yet the photos we have of New York are mostly from the 1890s and
This
above,
is good.
and
This one's good
the
though.
earliest ones are very, very low quality. So there's no doubt that Philly is an old world American city, but let's just think about this. So Philadelphia is started in the early
Earlier, FE
1700s,
Nation was in
and
here.
luckily we have
I remembered now, and he wanted me to play a video, but I couldn't get to it in time. Then I didn't hear. I don't know what happened. I lost him. But anyway, this is him. He takes 1,000, 900. I hung out with him. South Carolina. I got another I got another $10 donation on PayPal just now. Thank you. I think it's a Craig.
Way cool.
That is awesome. Let's see who.
Ray,
I'll
people
try
are
to see.
feeling for you, man.
Yeah.
They
I
want
know.
to
I
see
really
you
appreciate
keep
it.
going.
I will. I'll keep going. I'll go. I'll
They
put
know it
another one up
ain't
tomorrow
easy.
night. We'll just keep going. We'll
You
just
got a
keep going,
passion
dude.
for it too, you know.
Yeah, I love this stuff. I love this
Makes
stuff,
you feel
and I got
excited.
I got the computer. I got everything all hooked up to do it. So it was from Craig Schaefer. Thank you. God bless you, man. We need it. We need the support right now.
Right on, Craig.
Things are really tight. Me and my family, we basically lost everything in our rebuilding, but we're doing a good job at it.
Well, look at
but
Red Boris.
a lot of people that lost everything in a rebuilding would probably take it a lot harder than us, but we both have been through it so many times and losing everything over and over and over again. It's like story of my life.
Oh.
So I was like, all right, we'll do it one more time. But I got a better place for the kids out of the deal. So
hey,
just trying to.
I wonder what
Florida's expensive. Then listen to this, guys. After I pay my probation fees that Florida wanted me to pay, I'm like, oh, I'm good. I'm all paid up with them. I'm all paid up with the state of Florida. Nice. I get a letter today, and it's like, you owe the sheriff's office $40-something. I go and look online. They're like, no, it's $60. They're like, it's going to be a fee on that too. I'm like, are you serious? $59? And they just took the rest of my money, everything I had left to my name, like, and I gave it to them because I don't want no trouble.
some of the earliest engravings of Philly that most likely are old world engravings, which show a hidden truth the size of
I
Philly
appreciate
during
all the
its
support.
time.
I love you all.
So
God bless
this
you.
is 200 years before the 1900s. Yet, if we look at some of these photos of Philly, it really doesn't seem as populated as it should be. Now, we do have photos of Philly in the 1840s, and it's a small view. Most of these have a small view, but no one really seems to be in these photos.
The thing is, too, it's Mother's Day, and I need to get her something, you know, like whether it be, even if it's just flowers or something, you know, I have to get her something. We got to talk quietly because I don't want her to hear me. But, like, I have nothing. And Mother's Day is Sunday. And we have 3 kids. 3. And she goes through a lot taking care of those kids. She takes care of them all the time. She deserves the world. She deserves the world.
You know what? You gotta get your kids to paint. The finger paint.
Kind of weird that there are no people to be seen, no horses.
You hear me?
And we also have to realize that the
I'm gonna
photos
try.
that we have
I
from
can get
most
her
of
flowers.
these cities in the
The thing is, like, I
1850s
live in
belong.
Florida. I
Who
live in
were
Florida.
these people?
You wouldn't believe there's like
And
flowers everywhere.
this fire isn't really well.
The flowers that like they sell, you can get them on there's everywhere, all over the place. So, but we'll see.
Well known, but again, you see this in every city as it's a part of the reset process. They must clear these cities out
Hold
before.
on. I went back. Oh, that's what it was.
How could it possibly be this empty?
Yeah.
Because they were
All
just
the empty streets.
repopulating after the war.
Yeah. These are all the first pictures. Look at them. Every first picture of the city. Okay. City's completely empty. Skies are whited out so we can't see what's in the sky. Right?
Well, I don't
It's
think there's no
daytime because
airship in the sky.
you can tell it's daylight by the shadows on the buildings. You see the shadows on the buildings?
Right.
You can tell the sun's coming in and hitting it in like a certain direction. So you can
But
tell
if
what
there's no
time of
people
day
on
it
the
is.
ground, why would there be transportation in the sky?
I don't know, but it looks like
But they just got to make
that,
sure.
that they sent in a scout to like see what's left of the town, and they're like, okay, there's some buildings here that we can take. All right, these ones are still in good shape. All right, it's like a vantage point. Like they took a picture of the entire place to go back and report. All right, we have to build on top of those ones. We can put a wall on that one, and bada bing, bada boom, we have a new town. All right, let's move in 700 orphans. Rock.
Say that.
Venice. Where are the people?
Ugh.
They're all missing.
Venice is a trip because it's all water. Like it got flooded. Yeah. You know what? The advertisements are a blessing at this point, Kim Ray, because YouTube gives me like change for every time an ad goes off. So why not? Fuck. Skip them.
Looks like an
Bypass them. Go about your business.
There's obviously something that they're not telling us. And there's a truth that's been hidden in these cities because it makes no sense to have such huge architectures if these cities have empty streets in the early 1900s. I mean, what are they keeping from us? And why are all the streets in these pictures made of dirt? I mean, you spend all this time building beautiful architecture just to have horrible dirt roads? Nah, they didn't build these cities. These were inherited by different peoples, and then they were cleared out. This brings us to the next step in the reset process, which was the trafficking of orphans into new reset cities.
What was that?
You know,
Parents
it's funny.
would give a-
It's funny how they say the trafficking of orphans. You can say that. It's like,
They said that
rights
actually,
to
huh?
children for multiple months so that the
Where?
asylum would prevent them from learning
that
bad
trafficking
habits.
orphans?
This was a huge thing back then, where you have these orphan
Not me.
homes and
They're doing it.
asylums that essentially were
They
one
did it.
and raised children
So
of the new
basically, that's
world.
what they're saying. Everybody is. Everybody is an orphan that was trafficked, or you came from. So basically, the theory is like this: all the DNA tests prove it. 23andMe, Ancestry.com.
You know that they were given
People are
orphans.
figuring out that.
I wonder if many of these families
People are
found
figuring out that orphans, that their lineage goes back about 300 years. And then it goes back to an orphan. An orphan. An orphan. An orphan.
They said that.
So there is some proof. Yeah.
The orphan trains ran till about 1935. Actually,
I think the orphan trains are still going on today with all these refugees they're bringing in.
themselves in positions where
It's the
they were
same thing,
forced
it's
to
just
send
a
their
different
children
country.
at some point.
Before it was
From a loan of-
allegedly children from Ireland, Italy, Germany.
my first wife.
Now it's like Muslims,
In
Syrian.
the world,
My first
Orphans
wife,
and
her dad
Orphanages
was
in
born in
America by
19
Catherine Reeve, quote, through much of the 19th century, orphanages broke families apart. A parent placing a child in asylum usually was forced to give up all rights to him or her. Many asylum managers believed that separating children from their parents once and for all was in the children's best interest. They knew of no better way to prevent the children from learning bad habits like drunkenness and laziness that might lead them into poverty. Throughout the United States, destitute parents agreed in writing not to interfere in the raising of their sons and daughters. This was a very hard step to take. These parents knew they would never again comfort their children in sickness. They would never again watch their children play or share their joy. They were to have no say in what their children learned in school, how they were taught to worship, or how they were disciplined. Many mothers and fathers, unable to read or write, signed away their parental rights by making a mark on a printed surrender form. It sounds like they were tricked into giving their children away, but she continues to say, quote, asylums had an especially high death rate because contagious diseases spread rapidly when many children lived together. In 1849, 20 children died at the Colored Orphan Asylum in New York City, 9 of them from cholera. In 1840, the managers of the Washington City Orphan Asylum were pleased to report, quote, within the last 12 months, the withering hand of sickness has barely touched the inmates of the orphan's home. One infant spirit had been translated to a brighter world. Quote, 1 or 2 deaths in a year was a statistic worthy of pride. Cruel living conditions in many asylums promoted the spread of disease. It was not unusual in the first half of the 19th century for orphans to sleep 3 or 4 to a bed. They bathed rarely and wore grimy, stained clothes, giving asylums the sour, poor house smell that anyone who worked among the needy knew all too well. In 1859, when 4 Roman Catholic nuns took charge of St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum in Philadelphia, they found that of the 27 children in the orphanage, 13 were suffering from a skin disease all over the whole body. The children had no clothes for a change and only one suit which they wore. I could actually keep going. There are a lot of these stories when it comes to these orphanages, but the point is that these were not nice places to be. If they had so much money to build these massive structures, right? I mean, look at some of these orphan asylums. They are very wealthy.
One thing I like about Florida is where I live is like abortion's illegal. I'm pretty sure abortion is illegal. There's like 2 exceptions. It's like
I know Alabama
chances
made it
are like
illegal.
slim to none. I mean, you know, I just don't think it's right. If you were, there's people who want to have kids who can't. If you have a kid and you don't want it, just give it to one of them. Like have adopted, to someone who does want it. But don't. It's a life.
People who built these structures. So if the story is as they tell us, and they built these structures, why do they not have enough money to properly take care of the orphans? I mean, they basically got rid of orphanages in the modern day. I mean, just think about it. Why do they have so many orphanages back then and they're basically non-existent now? Does that make any sense? This wasn't limited to just the United States, as you see these all over Europe as well. There was this need to begin to move massive amounts of people to new locations, possibly for the purpose of causing identity crisis so that they would never know of the true history. We need to realize that these asylum buildings were also orphanages. That's why when you type in orphan asylums, you see the exact same structures. Not only were these mental institutions, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was this rise in orphans. I really don't buy the mainstream story because many of these orphans were taken advantage of and put to work. So there's so much
rising
to
of
this
the
beyond
orphans.
just the stolen buildings aspect. But it's strange.
So basically, the orphans went on to create the mafia.
They said no more mud.
The Irish Republican Army and the Irish Mafia, and basically the orphans are the mud mob. You get it? Mud mob. That's where it came from.
Strange, right? Why the need to combine asylums and orphanages? I found this article called The Victorian Orphan Asylums, The Real Story, that spoke about how many of these orphanages were owned by wealthy donors who would donate in an effort to receive good publicity. The writer looks at old newspapers such as the Illustrated London News and discovers that they published articles in 1850 portraying asylum activities as fun and joyous, showing fireworks.
Darling, you're such a lamb. You sure you forgive me?
Every time I clutch the mic, you can see the wheels spinning like a rusty bike. Don't trust my wife, honey, that's enough advice. One wrong move, you can fuck your life. I'm as cold as crushed ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down.
I like that. It sounds like that key real sound, man.
Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see.
You
Being broke is a career. My life is smoke and mirrors. This ain't the happy stuff that you hope that you would hear. Boston Ray, level head, I never said y'all just ain't ready yet. Monopoly, get off my property free. Ain't no stopping me, constantly a monstrosity at the top, you see. Boston Ray got bars and jars of flat earth farms in the car. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see.
Yo, everything nice when I sing this song. Don't get me wrong, because I hit my bomb like Tommy when it's 420. You got to understand, coming with it plenty. And it's a dose of reality straight from your brain. We're gonna let them know it's all the same. Is Mandela affected? On the mic I selected. Yo, you don't understand until you get with this. The flow, everything nice, like what you want to do. Karen B on the Monday Truth Talk. Got the coffee time spitting with your rhyme. I don't need coffee to be full of this. So real, I got love in my heart so I can feel, and I'm connected straight up to the source. And yeah, I love to have intercourse because it's so nice when I'm making that love. Just like on the microphone, flowing like a dove, flying in the sky, sending all the branch to the ceiling fan. And you know who I am, Ja. And I got the master plan. We're coming together. I don't need your hate, cause through all the weather, we're so much better when we come together. Feeling our feeling, and we know what's the deal, cause we're on the same mission for truth, and that's for real. Yo, so I'm a micro machine. I gotta spit it straight like the man in the dreams. Can I bust my flow? I think I can, cause you see that is so true and feels so lovely when you're spitting your voice and it's happening free. Truth time warriors, and that's what I be. The earth is flat, so what you gonna do about it? I'm gonna shout it every day, and you gotta know it's true. Chemtrails up in the sky, they can't stop the weather. It's the 4th of July. Yo, here we go.
Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see. Motherfuckers think that it's easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes see.
Darling, you're such a lamb. You sure you forgive me?
So, yeah. Yeah, I should be able to get guitar strings now. I gotta look into it tomorrow. I think they're like $20, you know, plus delivery. I might have it. I gotta see. I might be able to get a better deal. I gotta see. You know, you never know how it is online. You can always find a better deal. Gotta look.
Look at the size of that building right there. You know,
Specific colored peoples. I should mention that I've seen several photos with
Hold on
white
a sec. I wanna
children at
give
these
Newbro a
facilities
ring.
as well,
What
so
up,
not
Newbro?
sure how strict they are with it being just black children, but they really had these colored orphanages in every major city. Some of the buildings are not as large as the main orphan asylum buildings, but they had this for every race, and since there were so many blacks in America due to them being here already, they needed orphanages specifically for colored peoples. There were also facilities for the Native American tribes, and mainstream history is pretty open about those being re-education camps designed to separate them from their families and traditions, so who's to say that all facilities such as those weren't teaching the same exact stuff? So now that we made the connection with orphanages and asylums, we can now look to see when this all got started, and this is when we get into foundlings. Because before all these orphanages, it really started with the foundlings. And these, I believe, were some of the first from the old world to be moved around in the old world European cities. So you had these first orphanages being called foundling hospitals, and they were the institutions funded by the Catholic Church for the reception of foundlings, or children who had been abandoned and or taken from couples who were not married. These started to appear all over Europe in the early 1700s in Austria, Belgium, France, England, Scotland, Ireland, Italy, and Russia. Why so many children without parents? Was there some event that displaced a large group of people during these times? The Foundling Hospital in London was founded in 1739 by another wealthy philanthropist named Thomas Coram. It was a children's home for the education and maintenance of exposed and deserted young children. What's so weird is the excuse they give us for calling these places hospitals, because these institutions gave hospitality to those less fortunate. Yeah, they gave out so much hospitality while making orphans sleep or to a bed and creating a place where disease can thrive, such as smallpox. These were centers of control, not hospitality, and that doesn't even make sense. I think they knew what hospital meant in the 1700s. Interestingly, I was looking at the arms of the hospital, and there are some clear Phoenician symbols. The multi-breasted Diana? Why would they need to use ancient symbols of repopulation here? This is a replanting seed operation, and they're telling you. These hospitals, just like Napa State, practice eugenics. They were trying to create the perfect race of humans, so these places were experimental repopulation centers for recently cleared cities. So in 1756, the House of Commons resolved that all children offered should be received, that local receiving places should be appointed all over the country, and that funds should be publicly guaranteed. They then allowed young orphans to be flooded into workplaces all around the country. So, after their reprogramming, they put them to work. This exact same thing happened in the United States during the Industrial Revolution.
Yep.
Child labor was perfectly fine during this time.
We speeded
Some
up.
as young as 4 would work long hours in factories in dangerous conditions. Young migrants from Ireland and Germany were put into factories in poor conditions and
Hey, oh, maybe too fast there.
Look at the size of that loom.
My nickname was the Loom.
essentially worked as slaves. It's possible that many of these factories and orphanages were owned by the British, who were then commissioned by the Royal
No problem,
Venetians,
Nuba.
and they would take over an old world property and begin
You're
using
the
these
fruit of
orphans
the
as
loom
slaves to
without the
use as their own
corner broken
workers.
Thumb this up,
In the
post
Industrial
it,
Revolution,
share it.
most of the children who were workers
gonna
were
get something
orphans, and
up.
they had no choice to work for food. These children received little to no education. They would work in coal mines from 4 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the young girls would work in match factories, and the harsh chemicals would often cause them to lose their teeth. So, if these orphan asylum hospitals are named hospitals for their hospitality, then why is it that most of these orphans
Did he
ended
say
up being
match
used in
factory?
factories during this time? It wasn't until
want
1938
me
with
to
the
scroll it
Fair
back
Labor
down for you?
Standards Act that there was limitations placed on child labor. Interestingly, this is right around the time when orphanages started to
People
fizzle
seem to
away.
like it, so.
I guess they lost their ambitions to
I have
help the
more.
needy once they realized they couldn't be worked any longer. So essentially, it started with these founding institutions that relocated and placed the children whose parents most likely were associated with the old world in some way. And these children were then put through cleansing or reprogramming, right? And then these orphans went on to become Odd Fellows. These Odd Fellows were funded by royalty and older secret societies. These Oddfellow orphan Freemasons started creating orphanages in old world buildings in America to begin repopulating newly taken over cities. They would send in orphans via the orphan trains. This is in the official history. Between the period of 1854 to 1929, over 300,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 75-year period in the largest mass migration of children in American history. As many of 25% of these orphans were Irish, interestingly. So don't get it twisted, this was an operation. This was no philanthropic pursuit, this was planned and coordinated. Quote, in the 1870s, the Catholic Church became concerned that many Catholic children were being sent to Protestant homes and were being inculcated with Protestant values. They began operating their own placing out program via the railroad sponsored by the New York Foundling Hospital. Quote, many children fell through the cracks. They were mistreated, malnourished, and overworked, says writer and researcher Marilyn Holt, author of the book The Orphan Trains Placing Out in America. Quote, on the other hand, For at least half, it was a good experience. They had opportunities that they would not have if they stayed where they were. They may not have even survived childhood. End quote. Now, when she says they had opportunities, I think what she really means is that they actually had a chance to join the orphan club, or like the Oddfellows, had connections with the higher ups or local officials that gave them better positions. For the vast majority, this was not the case, but they like to mention that they did get some opportunities, as if this was representative of most of these orphans. Their opportunities were to be worked or starved for most of them.
Yeah.
Today, it is said that over 2 million Americans are descended from
It's
orphan
tough to
trained
watch,
writers.
but this really
It could be
happened.
even more
That's
than
the
that.
thing. Like, this isn't a conspiracy theory. This orphan train thing, this really happened. An estimated 2 million descendants alive today. So people's descendants are still alive. Orphan trains are critical to the family histories of so many. And this is another thing. Like, why didn't they teach us about it in school? Is this a Mandela effect shift? Where the fuck did this come from? Are you fucking serious? Are you shitting me?
No, well,
All right,
the
what were you gonna say,
Rockefellers made sure what we learned. They wanted to
I'm
hide
putting the
it.
link back up. You think it's Rockefeller?
The Rockefellers did all our. They funded all the schooling, and did all those books. So yeah, they were part of the cover up. I don't know. I
They
think
use these
the
old world
Rockefellers
trained
did the school.
technologies to traffic vast amount of
Oh,
newly
someone said
programmed
Brock
orphans
said.
into these cities. This
Brock,
happened in almost every.
you want me to play a video, but I was trying to retrieve it. Did you want me to play the video? Was that something you want me to play? On here? Did you have it? Are you there?
I got it. I got it.
You want to put it in the private? Can you put it in the private chat for me so I can get it?
Yeah.
I'll play it for you.
Every major city in America. According to the official narrative, quote, the co-founders of the orphan train movement claimed that these children were orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless. But this was not always true. They were mostly the children of new immigrants and the children of the poor and destitute families living in these cities. Criticisms include ineffective screening of caretakers,
Postcard.
insufficient follow-ups on placements,
That's a
and that many
postcard.
children were used as
And people
strictly
are like,
slave.
oh, that's a drawing. Oh, that's a cartoon. That's not real. Well, no. It was
Chemtrail.
actually a postcard
Back it up.
that they put out. Oh, I lost it.
Right.
Whatever. I can't. It's hard. I can't. do it.
Generally filed by parents seeking to reclaim their children. Right? So they don't really tell us the full story
they're
about these
walled
orphanages.
cities.
They're not mentioning that, oh, we actually took these children from their parents. So there's something definitely else going on when it comes to asylums,
Well, like
prisons,
you can. All right,
orphanages,
let's really,
or
you
family
really want to get into
hospitals
this
all
All right.
around this.
So, like, you got to break it down. So the Oddfellows educate the orphan. That was their job, their motto. Their job was to repopulate. Not repopulate, but their job was a
Didn't they say
repopulation
that the
effort. Educate the orphan, kill off the sick, and bury the sick. That's what they were supposed to do. Aid the sick. What does aid the sick mean?
And didn't they say that
Bury.
the orphans also
go ahead.
became Oddfellows?
Yeah, the orphans became the Oddfellows too. But the Oddfellows go back to like England, Britain, 1400s. Anyway, but but you look at it from their point of view, right? They're like, dude, we got stuck with this agenda to like repopulate this entire place that's completely destroyed. Like, we don't want this job. All we're trying to do is be humane to these children as we possibly can. Like, we just want to bring them over, get them working, rebuild society for the good of all humanity. You know, like they feel like they're doing the right thing. Like, they're not evil, I don't think. Like, they're helping the children the best they can. Dude, that's a huge undertaking.
They're just tools.
That's a
man.
lot
They're
of
being used.
kids. Like, I have trouble with 3. I struggle with 3.
Time of the 1800 1812 period where you start to have these reset ghost cities, and it really makes you think if this was an underground operation that they leave out of the history books, and the purpose was to repopulate recently conquered old world cities with brand new reprogrammed orphans ready for reset with no memories of the past generation. You see, many
And
people
I
are
got your video,
curious as
Rock.
to
I
how
think.
could such a history be hidden from us. But if you consider the orphan trains, it makes sense that the first people placed in these cities were orphans who had no idea of their past. So why would they even question the buildings? Their owners could have just gave them a different explanation at the time. And like I said, I think that the very first group of orphans into a city are actually like the prized choiced ones. They
Yeah,
are the ones selected to be odd fellows and control the next batch of
Odd
orphans who come in.
fellows.
So they probably know a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
and they were given more opportunities in
Well,
the starting
As
of the
in,
city, but they too themselves
they're
probably
odd
know little of what
because
happened.
but
they're not.
their motto is truth, friendship, and something else. It's like the same shit that we do. I don't understand it.
I got a new theory
That's
on the
It
whole
sounds familiar.
thing.
It sounds awfully familiar. It sounds awfully familiar. Anyway, go ahead.
I got a new theory on the whole thing.
All
Whole
right.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What
Well,
is
odd
it?
fellows, that's Masonic, so they're odd fellows are
It-
it's a
They
way
were
to
they were a little bit more bejeweled than the Masons, but they were Masons. But they had like bedazzled clothes and gems, and they looked more Tartarian. Their robes were more like they were like looked like they were better. They looked like they were above the Masons, maybe. But go ahead.
Go ahead.
well, you'll have to watch the video. It's part of a Satan's Little Season and
Yeah.
study,
Oh,
but
this is
there's a part on the orphans that starts
this
at
was
28
about
minutes.
yeah, that was over anyway. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
I can't wait.
I'm there.
Anyway, it shows that all them leaders are trannies. They're Baphomet. They're inverted.
Yeah, they
even
wanted to do that to begin.
even the nuns that were
What
teaching
that's
these.
that's what this shows? That's what this shows?
What this was
All
all
right,
about.
Yeah, this
cool.
starts at the
The little
beginning, but
season.
it shows that even the
You can
nuns
see
teaching
here
them were like
all
men
the
dressed as
orphans
nuns.
that
And that has to do with
suddenly
the
had
orphans?
to be taken
Oh,
care
the
of.
orphans, the nuns
during
that took care of the
this
orphans
time.
were trannies? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
they
saying?
were.
The
Yeah.
nuns that took care of the orphans were trannies. Wow. I never knew that.
And they
And
probably
so
tranced all the kids.
nice, kind
Yeah,
people
that's why
of that era
it makes
built
sense, right? It makes
nice
sense.
orphanages like this one in Paris. And this one in London. Beautiful old world buildings, almost angelic architecture that these nice charitable people built for the poor little orphans. Here's another one in Grand Rapids, Michigan, postmarked in 1912. The St. John's Orphan Asylum.
Yeah. Look at
All
the
of these,
size
by the
of
way,
these.
are no longer standing.
And look at them. They're huge.
This one was destroyed shortly after this postcard by a
Postcard.
fire. Unbelievable.
Unreal.
But let's look a little closer at the caretakers of all these orphanages that were popping up during the first generation or two of the little season. Like these two caretakers here.
They look like men. Maybe.
They are kind of tall. And
All the
why
first
did-
ladies
oh,
do.
And this nice family who took care of several orphans.
You guys
Look at that woman.
You can see the
I
husband
don't want to
and
get in
wife
trouble. I
here.
don't want to get in trouble. Actually,
There's the
do it.
husband. There's the wife. And the sweet nuns of the Catholic Church. You can see a nice nun here taking care of an orphan.
I got to be careful how I do this, but I'm
Look at
going to
her
do it.
hand.
And this sweet little nun taking care of these orphans.
Okay. So I'm just going to show you guys in between this video. I'm going to show you guys pictures of some of the first ladies. Okay, so this is.
Oh, that's on the
Isaac-
very beginning of this video. He starts at
This
the
is
very
Isaac-
beginning of this video.
This is Eisenhower's wife. Eisenhower and his wife.
Oh, Eleanor. Yeah, she's kind of manly.
Some of them.
Ah, Michelle wasn't the first, huh? I mean, Michael.
No. 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 Not at all.
I can, never mind.
There's a whole bunch of them. If you look at all the first
He's got
ladies,
some good pictures.
every single one,
He's got some
like
good
every
pictures
single
at the beginning of this video that you're watching now.
except for like maybe Jackie Kennedy. Yeah, I'm coming back to it.
More photos. More photos. More of nuns who worked
That means they're gonna be paying Buster
at orphanages during
Cha-ching.
the little season.
I doubt it. It probably means more money for them. I'll probably get another bill in the mail tomorrow. Really bullshit. Oh my god.
I always thought nuns were homely because, you know, they never could
So
get a
let's
man,
get
so
back
they became a
to
nun.
the first lady topic.
Oh, here we go. Yep.
And now we're heading into current era.
Yep.
And I want to talk about what we've seen over the last several decades, as I feel this little season is coming to a close. You can see here, Eleanor Roosevelt with her husband, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a Freemason and Oddfellow member.
Look at.
Well, I'm froze up.
You can see Eleanor Roosevelt here again.
Unbelievable.
Definitely.
Going to just a few decades ago with Barbara
Alistair
Bush and
Crowley.
her husband George.
Oh my God.
So how
really
she's related?
The first ladies that we've seen, especially beginning with Martha Washington and then transitioning into the 19th century and the early part and middle even
I don't know.
of the
I don't
20th
know.
century.
No, I can tell.
How
Barbara Bush
can first ladies who once looked like this and this?
Well, you didn't know this, Forever Love?
They're getting better at
Suddenly
it.
begin to look like this.
Yes.
And this leads me to
I can't say too much.
the evolution of pharmacy.
I got to be careful.
Really?
And since the
Oh,
1940s,
hey, I got to stop it there. I don't know. They probably let him get away with it, but not me. Not me. Okay. This is for entertainment.
Right,
purposes
what is that?
only.
Is it unlike hate?
No. The anytime it gets into anything with medicine, I can't.
I get it.
I can't touch it. I can't touch it. I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
Our journey begins in the unlikeliest of places.
I'm not
19th
even gonna
century
play
St.
that game
Petersburg.
with
At
them.
the entrance to St. Ives Cathedral, the city cold, the early morning mists dissipating with the approach of the sun, and our boots caked in mud. The year is 1860, and while St. Petersburg stands regal and proud,
But we got
its
the point,
inhabitants are nowhere to be found. It is quiet, too quiet.
Ray, is your picture froze?
The population
No.
of St. Petersburg in the 1860s
going.
was,
Mine is.
we are told, roughly
Go back out and come back
500,000
in.
people, and yet
Okay.
there is not a soul in
That's
sight.
what- that- I don't know.
Where is everybody?
That's what I tried to do, but it's not moving.
Sometimes if you turn your camera off and on, is it your camera, or the actual video?
The long shadow of Alexander Column gives us a clue as to the time of the sun's journey above this region. Long shadows only occur during morning or evening. It must be morning, but it appears that no one has surfaced yet. If we travel 400 miles across to Moscow, we see the same thing. empty, quiet streets. In 1860, Moscow shared a similar population with St. Petersburg, roughly 500,000 citizens. But again, where is everybody?
Where are they?
Oh, they're
Yeah.
sleeping.
What about the rest of the world during this time period? Edinburgh, Scotland, 1840s.
Yeah.
Copenhagen, Denmark, 1840s. Dresden, Germany, 1860s. Rio in Brazil, 1860s.
And there's nobody.
Toronto, Canada, 1860s.
Wow. You see?
Athens in Greece, 1860s. And then London, finally, people.
Finally. Yep. Look, what year was it when they finally started seeing people in the pictures? They'll show you. Look at them all. They look like they're coming in over the bridge. There's people everywhere all of a sudden. What's going on?
Look at that
And what
building.
about Paris? People, life.
Yeah, he did a good job breaking this down. In visualizing it, put it in pictures.
Look at that.
Good job, Ewar.
The first
You need to do more.
photograph, we are told, was
Ewar's-
created in
Me
1822.
and him, we go way back.
The art of photography.
Me and Ewar go way back. He knows that he used to be in my high school class.
That's a Nikon.
He was a little chubby, fat, stout kid that talked with a lisp and walked with a peg leg. And he was a cool dude though. But yeah, so
relies on methods of juxtaposition, of comparison.
He needs to make
and
more stuff like this
to deliver its message and sentiment. In these old photographs, we do not find the same deliberate techniques of juxtaposition that contemporary photographers craft into their art, but rather we find natural contrasts that are so important and
Good
central
one,
to
Rod.
navigating through our deceptive history. Contrast is a phenomenon, natural or artificial, in which meaning is generated and conveyed through the comparison of two opposing elements.
Ray, you want to see my dog?
When looking at 1860s Russia,
pause
there
it.
is an immediate contrast between the
I'm sure everybody will want to see your dog. Let me put you up on the screen. What do you got? What do you got for us?
We're finding out the DNA on Luna, the tan one.
What's up? Yeah.
Can you see? Lexi.
Yeah.
Lexi's half the black one, she's half
No,
Great
hold on.
name.
I can't see shit. You're blocking half the screen.
Oh, my hand.
Sailor fan. Go ahead.
Oh well, another day.
Another day. All right. Well, we tried. Sorry, guys. We tried to show you his dog.
of population and the sheer size of these cities. Even in the 19th century, both Moscow and St. Petersburg are in.
I could stream
the
stuff
infrastructure
for
found in the
days.
photographs could hold a population
days.
well into the millions.
Yeah, that's St. Peter.
Why are the cities so vast if the population was only 500,000 in each? Furthermore, the official narrative gives us a population that increases in a linear fashion from 1764. Many of the buildings we see here were built years before the photograph was taken. Did the Russians just plan well in advance? But it's when the population is introduced into these photographs that a new contrast emerges that is staggering.
Yeah, dome.
That is, between the people and the environment itself. It may be
That was
the
a house,
reduced
so many
population
people.
numbers, or it may be the monochromatic starkness of the black and white images, but they present to us something that we've lived amongst our entire lives and never paid any mind to. That is, the enormity and impossibility of the architecture. As we engage with the industry and act of tourism, we journey from place to place and observe, taking it all in, learning, hearing, and being told what we are looking at and how it came to be. And standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, we might even exclaim, wow, how did they do this? But the moment, inextricably wrapped up in the busyness of the scene, perhaps prevents us from really asking that question with sincerity.
Yep.
Standing in front of a structure like the Arc de Triomphe, while the crowd frantically takes pictures on their smartphones, makes it all a reality. And we conclude, before being shoved away by new tourists, well, they had to have done it somehow because I'm here and looking at it.
That do that to me.
During our indoctrination at school, we are seldom shown old photographs of the grand cities scattered around our flat realm. And perhaps for good reason.
Got it.
Because when we marinate on images like this and are presented with the visual evidence of a very primitive Victorian people dotted around like grasshoppers within the shadows of the most magnificent,
I got something good,
grandiose, brilliant architecture a human could ever imagine, we begin to have doubts. Indeed, how did they build this? The Arc de Triomphe is made from 36,695 cubic meters of limestone and weighs 95,407 tons, or just over 95 million kilograms.
Wow, that's a lot.
They tell us it took 12 years to build the giant arch in 2 different periods, between 1806 to 1814 and between 1832 to 1836. How did they transport this amount of limestone with the same horse and carts that we see in the photographs? Look closer at the 4 sculptures that adorn each of its sides. Look at the intricacy of the sculptures and the patterning of the ornamentation that frames the arch. Each section is perfectly repeated without any deviation or inconsistency. The first true power tool was not invented until 60 years after this arch was completed.
I could build that.
They tell us this was crafted by hand. Is that even possible? And then there is the ceiling of the arch. Immaculate, 3D sculpted roses, perfect in their geometric symmetry. The nuance of the detail and finesse of each petal and cross-section borders is overwhelming. Look at the rest of Paris during this time. Again, a plethora of unbelievable, gigantic, and magnificent structures. The city's infrastructure glorious, and the people and their means of transport primitive, unsophisticated, and seeming not at all developed to the point of producing a city like this.
Okay, I'm gonna,
the roads are improperly paved,
and I really am excited about this video that I found. Okay, Rock. Since I have you here too, before something happens and you take off, because you're pretty much my one of my Bible go-to guys, right? Okay, so at this point, because I know you know your stuff. So we have this video I just found, Tartary, the remnants of Janus. Who was Janus? Because it's not anything that
supposed to be a twin.
Janus was a two-faced goddess or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Like that. So it's like a Greek goddess, like a lowercase g. Yeah. All right. This looks intriguing. Let's check it out. I don't know if it's any good, but let's check it out.
I think Janus was a tranny too.
Really?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Like Statue of Liberty.
Hidden history. Is it an empire lost in time, in lies, in one person's perspective? Is it lost in his story. When we look into Tartary, we see
This is
images
Paul.
of the
Black
world's
Street Show.
free power, collecting energy from the ether. Or have we got it misunderstood? So in his video, I wanted to do this for so long because I believe it all tied to Janos, the entity behind Janos. And I'm going to show you all the evidence to back my theory up, because that's what it is. It's just a theory. This is not an insult. This is not a tar. This is not a pull down. This is not saying everyone's got it wrong. This is just my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. People forget,
He used to be on,
in this community. So we saw all this beautiful architecture. You roughly see the same architecture all around the world. There must be 5, 6 types of architecture. Then it jumps through mud flood. It jumps to giants. It jumps to giant doors, giant guns, giant bugs. So I want to put my spin on it, show you the evidence through all my research, and just show you how basically Tartary is remnants of Janos.
Yeah, he's all right.
Inside that pistol. I've seen that
Look at the huge, definitely big.
Can you imagine that? You can get a whole flock of geese with that.
There he is. I'll show you guys. I got his link if you guys want to check him out.
So you might be wondering, why did I choose that
trying to get his
title?
link anyway.
Well, the word
remnant,
and this is what it actually means.
Piece of carpet.
A part of quantity that is left after the greater part has been used, removed, or destroyed. So after Tartaria, Tartary
This
was
is linked.
destroyed, the remnants are what's left of what we see today. But I didn't choose it just for that. I choose it for this. You can just, obviously this talks about Christian theology, but you know, in terms of Janos, the entity behind Janos is the God. So a small minority of people who remain faithful to God and so be saved, in allusion to biblical prophecies concerning Israel. If anyone ceases to be witness, he ceases to be one of the remnants. So what I believe is happening is the remnants of Janos is what we see today. And in this video, hopefully I can show you why I believe that Tartary is the remnants of Janos. And in fact, not what people actually believe it to be, even to this day. This is the generic definition for Tartary, or Tartary, as it says. A historical region with indefinite boundaries in East Europe and Asia, inhabited by Bulgars until overrun by Tatars or Tartars in the mid-13th century, extended far as east of the Pacific under Genghis Khan. Another one is Tartary or Tartary was a blanket term used in Western European literature and obviously cartography.
He's on it.
And that was for a vast part of Asia. So they just use that term. That's what they say. So let's have a look at some maps with Tartary or Tartaria, which is the Latin name for Tartary.
Nice, grab one. You order it from them, it takes like a week and a half. And they're nice when they show up. shirts out. Map. It is. It's on an old map.
Here are so-called Tartarian women. Look, they're living in tents. But there's many images you could use. This one is a Tartar and a Tartar gentleman. Here are some Tartars, gypsies, Tartary gypsies. These are family of wealthy Kyrgyzs. Now, it's just crazy. Ask yourself, these people did not build these structures. In this video, and here's a big if, I hope to show you just who did.
That's amazing.
Super. He wants someone to buy him one. He doesn't want to buy one. He's broke. He's a broke old guy with one
So
eye.
what's coming up
Okay.
is a CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, top secret document about Tartaria. It was declassified about 20 years ago.
Yeah,
and it's
here we go.
supposedly showing you that the Russian
Good
government
job.
basically rewriting history and hiding the Tartaria Empire. But that's where people have got it misunderstood. It's not. This is about
Where
the
did everybody
Tartars.
go?
And people are using this as evidence that
People dropping off.
Tartaria,
You gotta-
this
this is
hidden
good.
empire,
This is gonna get
this,
good.
you know, the people who built the buildings, basically what I want to show you in this video, that people have got it misunderstood, and it's basically the remnants of Janos. But this is actually
Look, so this is a CIA document that was declassified. Well, let us take the matter of history, which, along with religion, language, and literature, constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on 9th August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria. So this is in a CIA document. To liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. So liquidate means to like disperse, right? Disperse serious shortcomings and mistakes. So seriously, it's almost like just get rid of, make shortcomings and mistakes on purpose show up, like liquidate them, of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers. So make it seem like the writers naturally fucked up a bunch of shit, right?
Wow.
And historians in dealing with Tatar history. So make it look like the writers, the historians and the writers fucked up the history. In other words, Tatar history was to be rewritten. So just, you know what? Fuck it up, but then just rewrite it. Rewrite the history. Let us be frank, was to be falsified and also lie about it. Lie about it. In order to eliminate references to a great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real course of Tatar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians on orders of the Communist Party have rewritten history to distort the facts so that the Russians appear always in good light. Needless to say, histories which present the facts truthfully have been withdrawn and destroyed. So it's just telling you all the histories are a lie. Everything that's true about history has been destroyed in any history, in any case, so that the present and future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true facts of their nation's past. So they don't want the Muslims to know the truth or whatever, you know, whatever their agenda is. I'm not part of that. What I'm saying is they destroyed Tartaria. Ooh, hold on, wrong one. Oh, wrong one.
About the Tartars. And I'm going to show you. I'll read it out, and I'm going to show you something that's hidden in it as well. So it talks about, let us take the matter of history, which, along with religion, language, and literature, constitutes the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in this shameless manner. For example, on the 9th of August 1944, the Central Committee, CC 33, of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a direct ordering the party's Tatar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of the Tartaria, to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with the Tatar history. In other words, Tatar history was to be rewritten. Let us be frank, was to be falsified in order to eliminate references to the great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real cause of Tatar-Russian relations.
This is good
And this
stuff.
was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR,
I mean, this is proof,
historians on orders
you know?
of the Communist Party have rewritten history to distort the facts so that the Russians
There's a few
appear always in
CIA
good
documents
light. Needless to
that have
say,
been declassified
histories
like
which
this
present the
about
facts
Tartaria.
truthfully have
Not
been
that
withdrawn
many,
and
just 2 or
destroyed,
3.
so that the present and future
But this is what we
generations of
got.
Muslims are
This is
forever
what we
denied the chance of learning the true facts of their nation's past.
It all goes
Now, this
together
people
to make
use this as,
true.
look,
And
it's Tartaria, and they're hiding the past, they've rewritten history.
we can definitely prove that they're lying to us.
It's not, it's the Tartars. Just basically, I'll show you a few images of the Tartars up to now, and this is who they are referring to. But look at the dates. For example, you had to use this date, 9th of August, 1944. So they love to invert things. Look at the 9. That would become a 6. August was known as Sextilis, 6. So you have 9th of August, the 9th of August. So that turns to 6. August is 6. And look at the date. The year 1944, that adds to 18. 1 add 8 equals 9. Reverse that 9, you get 6, 6, 6, the so-called mark of the beast. The beast is the adversary. The beast has many names, has many faces. Which God has many faces, many names?
Post, share.
Yes, you got it.
Community section.
Janos.
Let people know we're
So
here.
in fact, they're showing you that they are hiding Tartaria. It's not Tartaria as what people thinking of. It's the Tartars, and I'm going to show you some, press cutouts and different things talking about this actually in the time that they were doing it. In the, in the 40s, done it in the 70s. But they're actually moving into the Ukraine area now as well.
Join the
So this is
stream.
not what people
Join the
think.
stream.
But I had to show it, and just tell
You
me
have a
how
lot of
much
choices.
coincidence that the
You
date
have a
that you're
lot of
choosing
choices.
on this has the 666 hidden in it. Tell me that's not wow. I think it's so. So that CIA document is not talking about the hidden empire of Tartaria. It's talking about the Crimean Tatars and how they were being persecuted and basically told to leave in 30 minutes. And I'm going to show you more on that. So you can just see these headlines. And these are on the anniversary because it happened in May 1944. And obviously that is August. So it's talking about the Russian Empire trying to cover up what they did. Not a secret, hidden empire of huge buildings and giants. No, it's about a mass genocide. So, and it's funny enough, they're there at the minute again, aren't they? So behind the headlines, who are the Crimean Tatars or the Tatars? For Crimean Tatars, history is not something it books. It is a guide in an often painful undercurrent of everyday life. The elders of them will remember the 1944 deportation of the entire population under Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. They were given just 30 minutes notice, and most would never see their homes again. Nearly half of the 200,000 exiled men, women, and children loaded into cattle cars died.
Well, forever love, yeah. Maybe it's all bullshit. Yeah. It's like maybe it's all an agenda to rewrite our history. You ever think of that? We were talking about that last night. Like, what if they want to like make us think that like we were less of a people, you know? But all this new history is showing up, dude. I'm just pulling all this out of my ass.
En route or shortly after the arrival in the Urals, Siberia, Central Asia. Exile from their homes was punishment for their alleged massive collaboration with the Nazis who had occupied the peninsula. They and their children and grandchildren who have been able to return over the past 20 years are loath to fall again under Moscow's control. So this document is not talking about a hidden empire being covered up with the Russians. It's a mass genocide and ordering of movement of over 200,000 Tatars. That's all it is. There's no hidden empire, and you can see some images of the events of being loaded.
200,000. They're loading children, right? Yeah. So people think that the first orphans were, because that's why I brought this up. The first orphans were the children of the Tartarians that were killed.
Onto cattle cars, and basically they got given half an hour to move, or they would be shot or whatever. It doesn't actually go into detail what happened, but they got blamed for collaborating with the Nazis. Like I said, I don't know if that's true or not, because obviously I wasn't there.
Nazis knocked down a lot of the buildings.
CIA document is talking about how the Russians tried to cover this up, not cover a hidden empire called Tartaria. It's about the Crimean Tatars who got basically told, move or you die. So that is just the start of it. And this is just something I just wanted to look at and show you that, yeah, you know what? People have just got it wrong. And even I got it wrong. Those people did not build these structures. It's just common sense.
Who did? That is what.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah,
thought provoking.
Today, an architect would get paid $10 million to design that.
Is this it? Hold on, this
Yeah,
might be it.
that's
This might be the one I see. Oh. They're trying to stop me. They're trying to stop me. I'm getting too much information out tonight. All right, do you see that? They cut it, dude. Oh, I'm on. Do you see that? I actually am showing the proof tonight. Where is it? Oh wow. It's gone, dude.
What happened?
Gone. Hold on. I have to press back. Dude, Odyssey completely shit the bed, dude. I was playing Night Off Odyssey. Oh no, BitChute. Off BitChute. Oh man. All right, we'll have to go back to it. I'll find it. You see what they did? They cut us. They cut us. Here it is. We were right here.
Was friendly.
But where were we? That's the
In a
problem.
disaster,
They're gonna put
this
us right back in
survival
the same
toolkit
spot. I doubt it.
Surpasses gold in value.
Yeah, how far were we? Let me see. Oh, it was getting good. Fucking assholes.
And the advanced tech didn't need money. I would assume common sense tells us that all these beautiful buildings tech all need money.
We weren't here yet.
So look no further than Genoa, because
I don't remember that building.
Back it up.
Go ahead a little bit.
Were we past that?
And some believe it's the Jews. I'll just read this out.
We'll just
it is the belief that Marco Polo, remember this for later, was to echo when he claimed that in Georgia there is a king called David Melech, which, as much to say in Hebrew, David King, he is subject to the Tatars. Giles Fletcher, the elder, argued that the Tatars were Jews, although no longer divided into tribes. As evidence, he pointed to similarities between Tatar and Hebrew names, the common practice of circumcision, and the fact that the Tatars had a fort named Mount Tabor, or Tabor. So you can see they believe that English travellers to the east helped strengthen Fletcher's argument. An anonymous travel narrative of 1611 claims that though Tatars, who are far situated from the residue and inhabit the remote Scythian promontory, wandering VP, and down the country had retained the name of their tribes, the title of Hebrews, and circumcision. In all other rites, they follow the fashion of the Tartarians. George Sandys agreed with the lost 10 tribes were planted, as some say, beyond the Caspian Mountains, from whence they never returned. And basically, they talk about how, in another bit, the name Tatari, or rather Totari, is itself Syriac or Hebrew for a residue or remaining. They possess Jewish customs. So you can see some believe the Tartarians were Jewish. Right, guys, here's a encyclopedia I found on the internet.
I'm just gonna play what I got. I was
I
like,
know where
should I
you're
play
going
it?
with
Should I?
this,
No,
man.
no. Of course I should. No, of course I should play this. Okay. It's like I don't know. It's like I was like, should I play it? No. I'm gonna play it. Okay. So we have
this one.
There's good. No, because there's good stuff. There's good stuff in it. There's bad stuff in it, but there's stuff that's all right. So this is invasion scenes. I don't hear no sound on it. Look, it shows them like literally invading towns and like blowing up all the buildings, dude. And like in all kinds of shit too, but like for the main part, it shows it. It shows.
1944. Look at that little tent.
Yeah, this is during World War II. This is for real. This is real footage, allegedly. You know, British Pat Bay. Why can't we hear it though? Can you hear it? No, there must be no sound.
No.
It must be silent. It must be silent.
Yeah, I don't think they.
Definitely interesting. Nonetheless, let's see. This guy's digging. Oh, hold on, we can do the backs. This one, is this it?
Digging a ditch, you son of a bitch.
Yeah,
You're in. Yeah.
That's a lot of work. Digging trenches.
Look at the tanks.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the track. Those are pretty beefy.
So they're
Is that a
invading.
weed whacker? Oh, it was a mine. Metal mine detector. It looked like that guy was weed whacking for a second.
You never know where these live streams are going to take us, dude. That's what I love about this research. It's
What's
not.
that?
It doesn't box you into hot avocados all the time. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, you never know where you're going to end up. It's way more. For me, more interesting. Forever love.
Those are very something. You know what?
Yeah. Forever love. Yeah. Killing it. Killing it tonight. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Look at this guy. He's like, oh. Sucks. Probably got shot. Took a cap. Popped a cap in his ass.
You know, a lot of people that got shot in the hand, they were shooting out.
Yeah,
of
you never know. I didn't plan this. This is where the stream took me.
Red Cross. Switzerland.
Stockholm.
I mean, this is like real footage from like the war, dude. Who knows if you'd ever get a chance to look at it, or if they'll make it disappear one day or whatnot. Now we got it. What's up, Nuba?
You got the bazooka.
Russians won the war.
Let's see what they're doing. Oh, they got some kind of grenade missile launcher.
Mortar.
Echo. I'm hearing an echo. A little one.
That's
Slight.
echo?
It's gone now. It's not you. I think it's a stream.
Okay.
StreamYard.
Nobody's carrying any guns.
One star. It's like Captain America.
Oh, did you see the thematic on that shirt? Pretty fancy.
$19 people. Thumb it up. Post, share, put it in the
I
community
know.
section. Support. Support. I'm telling you, you guys don't know how important it is. Oh, here
They
we
are
go.
supporting by watching. Thumbs up.
I know. At
I know.
fucking 2 in the morning. You guys are fucking 2:30 in the fucking morning, dude. That's probably like 3:30 for some of you. For some of you, it's 12:30, but still.
Yeah.
Then what
New
do we-
Yorkers
yeah.
in Michigan is 3:30.
You know?
NASA
True.
wiring.
We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going with this. What time is it? 2:30 in the morning here. We're gonna keep going. John's here. John's in it for the long run tonight. I can tell. John's gonna go for like
In a
at
minute.
least 2 more. At least 2 more hours. John's gonna go.
Well, we was up late
John's
last night.
Yeah, but we was up late last night. Didn't you say you hurt your neck driving? Do you think there's any correlation?
Oh, what?
Do you think there's any correlation between being up late and then hurting your neck driving?
No. No, you think I'd be all messed up right now. But, I just touched my neck and it hurt. Ouch. No, I took 4 Norcos, man.
Yeah.
I took 2, and then 2 hours later, I took 2 more. And
Good for you.
and a couple cups of coffee, and I'm good to go.
Look, here we go. Here we go. Bulldozer. All right. Is this where? Oh yeah, here we go. This is where they're going into starting to go into towns up here. So this must have been like literal. This must have been literally like one of those guys that walks around with the camera that just kind of like catches like little bits and pieces and documents it and shit. Look, here we
Were
go.
they making a road, or were they sabotaging the track?
No, they go in and they start destroying the town, dude, with tanks and shit.
Yeah.
The little kid's like, ah! One bricks for days.
Oh no! What's that little girl doing there? Get away from those guys. They're soldiers.
Avis public couvre-feu. Il est interdit de circuler. Why can't we get no sound though? Come on. Look. All right, maybe the next one will have sound. Well, I guess we can't show that.
Bummer. Oh, there's an option.
Dude.
You can tell by their goose step.
Fair use.
Not very tall, very high though.
Fair.
You must be tired.
Who me? Fair.
You
I
must have
can't
been marching
believe
for a
this.
while.
I cannot believe this. People are leaving now. We had a whole bunch of people here. Fair use. All right, let's do this. Shit. Fucking assholes. All right.
Oh, those
Fuck
are
you.
pressing, aren't they?
I don't know what if they only cut one channel or if they cut all 3. We have 3 channels up, so chances are they didn't cut them all, but you never know. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm friends with all those women out there. Woo! All the ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Woo! Yo, this smack I'm flipping could send me back to prison, but my cash is tapped and I owe that back rent again. So I'm selling crack, even though it isn't legitimate. Lord forgive me, even though I know I'm a sin again. My rap's so cold, my flow is frozen again. When I get to spitting, it snows in Michigan. Overdosing off that Flint water. When I swim, my tongue explodes from those carcinogens, and then my lungs implode from no oxygen in them. Looking like I got toxic shock syndrome. Mockingjay when she plays the gunshot victim. I got sick when the liquor store sold me food. Drop that soap, girl, you know I'm broken your boob. Dripping sweat, getting wet, we eloping and nude. Better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. You better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a little Homo sapien. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling. Shit's going bad, just know that we will go back in a nanosecond. Hopefully you listen to this fast and be slow to speak. Only wish that I could grow some wings like Jenna and fly so far away. In my park car, my radio starts to play. In a bar, spitting bars, sipping Chardonnay till the wheels fall off. Yo, we just lost the brake. Stop for a DUI and got locked away. We're drunk from alcohol and you got the shake. I had a way, oh boy, he just lost the case. Technology got destroyed and they lost the case. But you still believe in moon rock they brought from space. Yeah, they brought from space. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Lies. I don't trust no masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien, Homo sapien, Homo sapien, yo. You're just a Homo sapien. It's so hard to win when it's so hard to lose. Yo, it's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. It's so hard to win when it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a Homo sapien, baby, just a lonely Homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. Dick raping, baby, alien vaping, inhaling Homo sapien. You just a date. Space is fake.
Hey, what up? Sherry's here now in 1982. Yo, that's awesome. So none of you guys left.
Yeah, we got
that's great. Usually I lose a whole bunch of people when they fucked me just now, dude. Fuck you. I'm so pissed at them. Oh my god. I completely lost the spot that I was into, but I think I should get back to that. I really do. You know the one we were at. Do you remember where we were? If I show you, John, do you remember if we where we were? I'm gonna bring it up.
Yeah, I can figure it out.
They probably remember. All right, ready? I'm gonna fast forward. Tell me
the time and
we already see this part
to post it.
Already see this part.
Appreciate the support that people show me.
So
that is just. So obviously, if you put tattoo,
I remember this part.
A representation by Janos and also these gods that I'm just going to mention now. First king of Sumeria was also the first god of Sumeria. He was deified.
What did you say? We will pass the first
I said
hour.
the Tartarian owl in the flag.
That's where we were. That's where we
No,
were.
No.
Oh, okay. Do you remember where we were?
Rock does.
Rock,
Yeah,
do you remember where we were?
King Ia, and he was known as Lord of the Flood or Lord of the Deep Waters. The name Ia served as the basis of god names from many other cultures, including but not limited to Yah, Iha, Yahweh, Yoveh, Jehovah, Allah, Janos, Ionos, Uranus, Uranus, and Ons or Oans. Now, some people believe it's artificial intelligence, AI. Some people believe it is EA. Enki, and because obviously they
Jehovah,
represented the
Allah.
Lord of the Flood. Now, what happens if it's both of them, Enki and Enlil? Enlil was the sky, the air, and obviously Enki was the water. He was known as the serpent, but I've just also found a title for Enlil called the Great Dragon. So you can see my point: a serpent, a dragon, a griffin. The molding of them could actually become a griffin. You have the owl, Moloch, which has another name for Ionos, and Janos. So it's all the one same entity. Now, is it the fact that Noah survived? If this is the case, because he is the human personification of those two when they molded together. Is it just one? Enki and Enlil one thing? Who knows? Wasn't there? But it just seems funny that they're both regarded as Satan. I always just thought it was Enki being the serpent, but also I've seen Enlil being titled as Satan. So you can see the what's that word now? You know, where history conflicts itself because there's so many versions of this and so many versions of that. I just thought this tapestry was wow, because as you can see now, there is what looks like a dragon on the ark. I don't know if it's fighting or ready to bite what is a lion, but the lion looks weird. It looks like it's got two heads. It looks like it's a lion with owl's head. It's weird, and this is only zooming I can do to show you. So this is why I was mentioning this link as well of Noah, obviously, and Genoa, which I want to show you where they have griffins in the coat of arms, and obviously the tie-in with St. George, which is, yes, you got it, a dragon. So why is this all coming together? Why does it always these Ionos or Janos always linked to dragons and serpents and many things? So I just thought it was wow, and another connection with Tartary. So Janos, Noah, Genoa, St. George are all connected. It is crazy. This is the flag and crest of Genoa. You notice a certain someone sitting proudly, or well, sitting, you know what I mean, sitting proudly on top of the crown.
This is what Paul left Dose of Reality. He left the Mandela Effect. He still covers it, but he covers this type of stuff now. It's good. I like it.
He invented crowns, but we're not talking about that, eh? So it's known as an insignia Cruciata Communis Janua, the cross ensign of the commune of Genoa. Genoa has the first Rothschild-type federal bank. Western capitalism started there. So you see the significance, what I'm trying to get in this video, how Janos is connected. Now, obviously, Genoa is also connected to St. George. That is the name of the bank. He's also the first patron saint. So he's the first patron saint of Genoa, which is named after Janos, Noah. You look at the flag, it has the so-called Tartary griffins. And it's not just the last connection in regard to Janos and George or St. George. Remember the planet Uranus or Uranus? It was originally called George's star.
Oh yeah,
Georgium
I think we've seen
Sidus.
this spot.
So they change it from George's star to
right around here.
Uranus. Now look at Rome. The founding of Rome was on this spot. Well, on the left, you have the Arch of Janos, and on the right, you have St. George's Church. But that's just a coincidence that the founding of Rome is connected to both, and it happens on that spot. Just a pure coincidence. And in gematria, Genova, which is Genoa, is 803, which 8 add 3 equals 11. Janos in gematria is 65. 6 add 5 equals 11. And St. George is 344. 3 add 4 add 4 equals 11. So Janos' number, the doorway, the transition, the portal, all the things I've described of what number 11 is, and all of the three that are connected. Strange. Janos can look both ways. He can look back at the past and forward to the future. It's why he is known as the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Plus, he has to be first Now, check out what I found from the anagram of St. George because they're both tied. But I just did an anagram of St. George, and as you can see, it pops up a load of things. But I thought, just to be fair, I'll just look at the first one, Ego Erst. And what's intriguing me is, before I go into anything, remember when they originally found the planet Uranus or Uranus, however people pronounce it, it was originally called St. George. And we know Uranus as the, the first, you know what I mean? And obviously linked to Janus, who is loved to be known as the god of gods and has to be the first. So it just seems funny, that link, doesn't it? Anyway, looking at the word ego, there's not really much for it. And I'm honest as I'm saying this, so you can see ego erst. But if you set the 1G out, you get ego erst. Now, ego, obviously not the person's ego. It translates to I, or we, or me, or us, or myself, or ourselves. So far, it could be I, or we, or us, or myself. So, interesting enough. And then, what did we find for Erst? This is where it gets.
Hold on. Switch over to this for a minute.
In which the architecture aligns with the inhabitants.
Mix
Buildings
it up.
of misshapen
Mix it up.
proportions, less developed and refined, charming in their
People
own
are
way, but coarse in their use of wood and plaster. This is
I don't play
exactly
games when it comes to
the
this
type of
mud flood
architecture
stuff.
we expect of a
2:45 in
generation
the
of
morning and we're
forts and
still
cars.
going hard.
A generation
We're going for
ignorant
days.
to the discoveries in technology
Days.
that would follow in the years to
It's
come.
Ray's Mud Flood Marathon. We're
Furthermore,
gonna
at the
keep
time of
going. It started out with Ray's Mud
There's
Flood
another
Marathon.
art.
That's
That's
going
the
for
brand.
years. With this, it's a magnet, dude. It's a fucking magnet. It's shaped like a magnet. It looks like a magnet. It's a magnet. It's a giant magnet.
this photograph, the arch is roughly 40 years old since its completion. Yet can you see how worn some of the parts of
Hey
the
Ray, I
structure
gotta let
are?
my dogs
We
out.
see weathering on the stone that suggests the arch is much older.
Yeah. We're gonna
As
get
we
back to the
approach
other one
late
too.
19th
What up?
century,
I'll be right back.
we
I
see
gotta
that
let
the
my
people
dogs
of
out.
Moscow have finally decided to leave their homes and venture out into the streets. The infamous Red Square, now bustling with life. St. Basil's Cathedral and the Spasskaya Tower dominate the frame of the square. The construction of St. Basil's Cathedral began in 1555 and was completed in 1561, a mere 6 years. It suffered a huge fire in 1737 and underwent restoration over a 20-year period. But look at it. What a structure. Almost unreal and like no other. It is composed of thousands of red bricks and tin sheet metal that has been shaped into the distinctive onion domes we see. Look closer at the intricacy of the domes. How did they bend metal to achieve such precision and perfection in the 18th century? And again, if they had the skills and dedication to
they
build
had a
a
break.
wonder such as this, then why are the conditions of the road so poor and covered in mud? We see these incredible structures and buildings everywhere in 19th century photography. We have the wondrous Crystal Palace of London.
I know,
a
right, Jonathan?
monstrous structure with the greatest area of
I think they're
glass
beautiful, too.
ever seen in a building, and all constructed before England had automatic glass manufacturing. We have Westminster Abbey and Parliament. We have the old Euston Arch, constructed out of pure sandstone in 1837, and streets unpaved and full of mud. Why did these people not prioritize the streets they walked upon? The Frauenkirche, the domed masterpiece of Dresden, Germany. Its intricate and opulent splendor in direct contrast with the beat-up wagons and horse-pulled
You know how
cars
hard
of
it
the
would be
people
to
below.
build that
A
dome?
people dependent on the bare necessities. A people completely dwarfed by its size and majesty. The Library of Parliament in Ottawa, Canada, built over a period of 70
be right
years.
back.
The first major settlers arrived in
Don't get lost.
1800 And at the time of construction,
Who let the dogs out? John let his dog out.
Glorious library really be a priority for settlers? Why does the building look like it's been cropped out of Europe and pasted into Canada? Even at the turn of the century, 40 years before Bosch economized the power tool, we have the old Penn Station in New York.
Thumb it up.
Look at the size of this. Completely mind-blowing proportions. As we can see here in the photograph, each octagonal sculpted pattern on the arched dome
We got 3 channels going
is
tonight.
larger than one
Unbelievable.
individual human.
Don't need the other 2. Still going
Look
anyway.
at the gigantic column.
We have 2
and
channels
detailed
going for no
Asanta
reason.
sleeves decorating the tops of
Just as
each
a
pillar.
beacon. So you can
They tell
find
us
us
the
here
station took 6 years
on the
to
main
build.
channel.
6
Where we're on all
whole
3.
years.
It's
Yeah,
great.
right. Why are we so gullible? Even without access to modern power tools, printable construction pieces, and crane technology,
Maybe
we
tomorrow
could not
night we'll do
reproduce this
Odyssey.
today. And
We'll
more
go live on
importantly,
Odyssey too.
we don't reproduce this type of architecture today.
Welcome back,
The
Late Night
official
Live
liars
channel.
of our
Welcome
world
back.
have an umbrella term for this type of architecture that we see in North America. They call it historism. Historism is a term coined to describe a style of architecture that is revival in nature, or in other words, copies the style of another period in time. The grand arches and buildings with giant columns we see are built in the classical or Greco-Roman style.
Wait,
And
who let the dogs out? Your mom?
are
Yeah,
built
you
in
see
the
what I'm saying,
Renaissance
Jonathan?
Gothic
Proves it's a simulation. It proves it's a simulation.
styles of medieval Europe. Components of these particular styles of architecture feature large spires, arched windows,
I'll put the link out again if
towers,
anybody wants to join
turrets,
us.
domes,
We're just chilling.
arcaded arches, sculptures,
Whatever.
enormous doors.
You don't have to.
Circular geometric
That's a magnetron.
windows,
Magnetron.
columns, clock faces, and bell
Look
towers.
at that. It's tech.
Traces of this impossible architecture are literally found everywhere.
Everywhere.
In every city.
Everywhere.
And across our world today. Some preserved and maintained, like the Parisian Arc de Triomphe and Notre Dame.
Arc de
And
Triomphe.
others lost and long forgotten
Triomphe.
to time, like the Euston Arch and the old Penn Station in New York. We as a people travel miles to take our own photographs of these wonders. But the photographers of the 19th century gift us with something. Something they would never have expected to give a future generation. Perspective. We see a primitive people against a backdrop of clearly advanced architectural infrastructure. The official historians of the world tell us tales of Darwinian evolution and progression between time periods. The people that came after were always more advanced in their ways, refining and redefining the methods of the generation that came before. If the height of innovation and
1 second. Check this out. This is the new design that Sinjman made. Well, he made 2 new designs. We have a Tartaria Mudfoot design. Like on the t-shirts too. You can change the colors. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Right. And then we have where is it? We have another one too. Let's see. One more. Yeah, right here. Tartaria flag design. There it is. Nice. You can get it in different colors. So we're gonna start making like mud flood stuff. Not bad. It's in this t-shirt shop if anybody's interested. All right, we're gonna move along. Let's see. Go back to what we were doing. Just figured I'd show it. It's pretty cool. I'm excited about it. I'm gonna grab some of that stuff actually.
industry during the 19th century was still the horse and car as a means of travel. Then, as these photographs tell us, this style of architecture was just as impossible for those living in the centuries before it.
Nice.
Anyone with a predisposition for thinking and questioning can immediately sense when looking at these photographs that something is rotten in Denmark, that something is off with the mainstream historical
It's all right.
narrative,
Don't feel
that
bad. I just
something
like
is
the,
not adding up.
I just like them to show the
In a
merchandise
panoramic image of
because
San
Cinchman makes
Francisco
the art.
in 1877,
And like
we see a
sometimes
collage of historicist
we make stuff
architecture.
not even for people to buy it. We just like that'll be funny. Like we have the T-shirt that says "Don't be a booster rooster," and we put it up on the screen, and it's like "Don't be a booster rooster." You know, it's just like it's funny. Like so, some of the stuff we make, we don't even expect nobody to buy. We just want to make something funny and put it up on the screen.
We see columns adorning the entrances to very regal buildings that stand out like sore thumbs from some of the timber shacks surrounding it. We see Gothic spires and towers in the distance. We see domed cathedrals and buildings. We also see just how sprawling and huge the city has become. In 1846, there were under 500 Mormon settlers living on the area of land in which we now call San Francisco. It was frontier land and ready for the taking. Between 1848 and 1849, with the start of the California gold rush, the population
the
grew
gold rush.
from 1,000
So
people
was there really
to
gold or not?
25,000 people. 28 years later, this panorama was taken.
Darrow
The
said there was.
population at this time, we are told, was getting close to 200,000. Who in their right mind would believe this story? Does this look
at
like
all
a
them
city of
places.
200,000 people?
Way more.
Without any modern technology, power tools, automatic
Way more than
manufacturing,
200,000
electric motors. A people in a strange, unfounded land, just making their mark. Do we really believe that a burgeoning people built this entire city in just 30 years?
No.
And again, such quietness, such stillness.
Built that whole city in 30 years?
This is a photograph of an
200,000
empty city.
people?
Where are all the people?
I don't know.
The shadow
That's a
of
lot
the
of people,
post
though.
here tells us that it is not the early hours of the morning. Short shadows only appear toward midday. A city of this scale at noon should be bustling with life.
Yeah, the Sonic the Hedgehog is. There's different ones.
But there is not a single person.
There's one that's
in the
he's in
shot
color,
of this panorama.
and there's one that he's like
the
green
only life we
outline,
see
and there's
is
another
that
one
of a
too.
horse without
Different
any
color.
master in sight.
There's like 3 of them.
It seems highly unlikely that all the people
And they all
were told
say
to stay
different stuff on the
indoors
back
because
too.
a cityscape
So
photo
when you buy a
shoot was
T-shirt,
taking
look at the
place.
back because you might
And
have
this
one that
silent
says
scene
something
becomes
that
all the
there's all
more
different ones.
eerie when we consider
made
that
so
there is
much stuff.
intention behind the lens.
You just gotta look through it.
Someone was there, standing at a vantage point and taking this photograph. But who and for what? And what are the chances that in the 19th century, during similar decades, we see deserted Russian, European, and North American cities photographed like this?
The San Francisco.
And then only a few years later, we find the same
Panorama is
locations
some of the
bustling
best
with people.
reset. Is that what that was?
A
The
people
San Francisco
clearly
Panorama?
incapable of building the architecture found in these cities. And what to do with these photographs? If we
Well, there
accept
you
the
go.
narrative
You've seen
and
it.
these
You've seen
strange
some of the best
anomalies,
stuff here.
then we stop here and get back to our busy lives. But the narrative we received is not the truth. And we shouldn't accept any narrative, no matter how official and certified it is, unless it makes sense. The people we see in these photographs and their early ancestors could not have built the magnificent architecture we see. It is an impossibility. Come on, jump in. We must venture further into these cities and look a little closer. There must be some clues waiting to be uncovered that helps us understand why these cities are empty. Wait, what's that you say? You want to wipe the mud from your boots first? Do not bother. It's a waste of time. Come on, jump in and let's go.
Back to the other one. Oh.
A little bit interesting because
I wanted to
Earth
get that one out of the way.
means the following. It's from the Middle English Earth or Ast or Irest, and it means the first or before all. Now, does that sound very ominous? So, Eagle Earth, an anagram of St. George, could be I or we or ourselves are the first. And that's an anagram of St. George. And again, just purely a coincidence, I typed I am the first into Gematria. It gave me 1, 2, 8. 1 add 2 add 8 equals 11. But that's just pure luck, guys, and I'm doing it wrong. And there's nothing in it in this 11, how it connects to everything. Just crazy. I'll continue to talk about resets a bit later and Genoa because I've done enough on that in a minute. But you can't get more Tartaria, according to the researchers and people in the community, than Starfalls. And Janos is connected to that. We
So
love
I'm gonna-
Star Forts and the different designs.
So I'm gonna look into getting those guitar strings tomorrow delivered to me, like through Amazon or wherever I can order them, and because I might have enough, I should have enough. And then once I get them, I'll tune up my guitar and go live with Mr. Super Sci Wonder, and we'll jam for everybody.
They're beautiful. And those patterns remind us of cymatics. And who's the god of keys? The frequent keys. What if I told you Janos taught humans how to build walls? That point,
I knew you were still
go,
listening.
wouldn't it, considering Star Forts and Tartary? And most towns and cities were Star Forts. Here's a clip from an old video showing that very point. For most of you who are just new to the channel, most of the people who are, of old and have been here from the beginning know how I work. I just show information that I found. I'll leave it up to you, your good minds, your great minds, to put it together, to agree, to disagree, to help with your own theories.
I like it.
But it's information. Everything is information. Rightly or wrongly, it's information. You can discard it, you can keep it. And I just found this very fascinating, and it changes the way we look at things. So let's start from here. Janus, the fabled son of Uranus or Uranus or Uranus, how you want to pronounce it, because the original Greek way has an O on the front, so it's our Anus or Uranus. I have seen lots of text stating that Janus is Uranus, and we've seen this through history. Wives being wives being daughters and whatnot. It's very hard to pinpoint what relationship these are. But
Wives
for this
being daughters.
information, Janus, the
Doesn't
fabled
sound good.
son of Uranus, or Uranus, is believed to have been the most ancient king of Italy, who hospitably received Saturn when, as a fugitive from Crete, the father of Jupiter, or you can call him Jove too, father of Jupiter, banished by his son, arrived in a ship on the shores of Latium. Now, that is a Greek name, Uranus or Uranus. I think it's Coelus, which is his Roman name for the father. But, this is just how these guys have wrote it. So I'm just letting you guys know. So he arrived in a ship on the shore of Latium, which the ship is actually still there. I've done a video on it called Island of the Gods. If you remember, I'll put a little picture now on the screen, or a few pictures on screen.
Never heard of it.
I don't know if I've got music and since you can see the picture is still there. Also, see, this is what confusing is about history, because Janus is also known as Noah Janus or Janus Noah. So you can see the reference to building ships, and it will show you later on in this. So he arrived in a ship on the shores of Latium. According to the accounts of Aurelius Victor, Janus was the mastermind of their age. He basically created the golden age in which they lived. He was the founder of a city called Janiculum, and the hill's still there. It's the 8th hill in Rome. 8th, and it's just like the infinity symbol. So you can see he founded the city called Janiculum. He taught his people the divisions of the year, the use of shipping and of money. He invented crowns. I've covered this so many
It's funny.
times in
It
different
almost
videos.
reads like a
People are like,
fantasy book
yeah,
or
we
something,
know.
but it's the
Then the
Bible.
rules of justice. I showed you that as well.
See that
Maritime law.
coin? That Janus on
Yeah,
it?
is this?
Right? So he did the rules
Yeah,
of
yeah,
justice
yeah.
and
It's
the
a
mode of
two-faced
living.
coin.
Okay, why? Because Janus is two-faced. Rock.
I think because Janus is you know that Nero dressed up as a woman and made his son, cut his son penis off and married his stepson.
It's in the that's in the Bible.
That's not in the Bible. It's a history.
Oh.
Nero was like
Nero.
a tranny.
Who was Nero?
Nero was
I don't know.
he was the
I have no
emperor
idea.
during the time of Jesus. Nero.
Oh, so it has to do with the Bible, though, right? It has to do with Jesus.
Yeah, Emperor of Rome. We think Nero was the Antichrist, and that the tribulation has already happened, and that Nero was the Antichrist.
Okay,
And the
so
martyrs.
that's the little season.
Yeah, that's a little.
This is the little
thing.
season part of it. Yeah.
But
I love it. You love the little season
people
thing.
don't realize Nero was a real weirdo. He dressed as a woman and married his stepson. Made his stepson dress as a girl.
The fuck?
That's some freaky history, man. These elite
Yeah.
have been doing some really freaky
It's been
shit.
going on forever.
Yeah,
They're just
they're like
spotlighting it.
fucking
They're just spotlighting it now and normalizing it.
Happily under the authority of the laws. I've showed you this about the laws too, in the scales and so much in all my videos that I've covered. He also instructed them how to build temples and to honor the god with sacrificial worship.
Nice, Sherry. Nice.
Right? So just tell me before we carry on the last bit.
Wonderful.
So Starfort, they are surrounded by what? By walls, right? So if you find a text saying this, so the gods of sacrificial worship surround the cities with
Trapped in the south now.
walls.
Can't leave here.
So Janus taught people
2 years
how
at
to
least.
build walls
2 years I'm
around
stuck in the south.
cities, aka star forts, bastion forts, bulwarks, whatever you want to call them. He taught people how to surround their cities with walls. So to surround our towns. That's if you go off the information that we've provided. Interesting though, isn't it? You tie that in with he's the god of frequencies, because people talk about how the star forts look like cymatics. It's just wow, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also he's tied to Uranus. So I asked in an old video a star forts the locations of Uranus's castration, the blood falling. I talk about this in a very, very old video I did called Starfort the Fallen, because I was just talking about could it be the fallen, the reason behind star forts. So that's what I said, and I didn't make the comparison then to Uranus or Uranus, how you want to pronounce
I
it.
compare things to
Until now,
Uranus
making this video,
all the time.
from making the last video that I talked about the cannibalism in the star forts, and looking
Wow.
into the star forts again.
He's really
fresh
going
eyes,
deep on this one.
Having take a break and look what I found, the 2 videos that I've made, just from researching again with fresh eyes, having a bit more knowledge of different topics, just to see what connections you can make. Remember, we all have a different connection. Our tools connect things differently, and this is just how I've connected. So as you can see, I've put into the light converter. I've not saw it in a while, and I've just put Starfort. And what we have is Stella, Occident, Castello. Now, as we know, Stella will be star, and Castello will be castle or fort. But Occident, what could that be? Now, what have you been talking about? Uranus getting castrated by Kronos. He got cut. And, you know what I mean? I've not looked deeply into it. Did he die from it? So pardon me ignorance on that. But look what I found. This is what Occident means. So you have okidirint, etymology in line from the verb okido. I fall down, I die. Now you go, you're talking about someone who's just been castrated. They're going to fall down. They're going to die. Look at the next bit, etymology number 2. There's only 2 etymologies on it from the verb okido. So, I cut down, I kill. I cut down. Surely not. So actually in the word Starfort, Stella Occident Castellio, so it's talking about star castles, star forts, and being cut down and killed. It sounded like someone was being castrated and the blood hit the ground. That is too much. Surely, guys, this is not just me wanting this. You can see, I cut down, I kill. So as more and more we delve into this subject, I've showed you so much so far how Janos and his various names are tied to Tartaria or Tartary. And again, one of the biggest things in Tartary or Tartaria is star forts. I showed you he taught humans how to surround themselves with walls. Most of these ancient cities, medieval cities, whatever period that we're talking about, which we'll get into later of Tartaria, he showed humans that. So I'm just using that information to show you that, yes, Janos is the remnants of Tartaria. He's also linked to St. George. He's also, how can I put it, conflicting. He is Uranus. He is Uranus' son. So that is history. It's conflicting and it's contradictory, but they are still one in the same entity. And that's the point I get at. I just use Janos because that's easiest for me to remember instead of all those names. He is the skeleton key. So there you go. Star forts are tied to Janos. He helped to show humans how to build them. He is the Prometheus. He is the light bearer. He is the Oans, who is god of wisdom, like Enki. And he showed humans that very thing.
You slept.
Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
This is a stream.
Stop. My lady just got up.
About everything, everything's a lie. It's a lie.
I'm gonna send him back to bed.
It's a lie. The title was about everything's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. They lied to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat. We know the Earth is flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lied to us about 9/11. There was no planes in that attack. That attack. It was attack. It was attack on us. On us. On us, on us. Ooh, 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 It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lies, 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 lies. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. They're lying to you when they're hiding the truth. Hiding the truth. Hiding the truth. Hiding the truth. And there's lies in the news. Lies in the news. Lies in the news. Lies in the news. And they're lying to you. And they're hiding the truth. And they're lying in the news. And they're lying to you. Lying to you. Lying to you. Lying to you. And they're hiding the truth. Hiding the truth. Hiding it from you. Hiding all the truth. They're lying on the news. They lie to us about everything, everything, every single day.
Yeah, that's good. If you got the audio, that'd be awesome. Yeah. All right, can you do this one?
All right. Rock gave me this, so let's see what this is.
All right, today we're going to study a little bit, look at what a 33rd degree Freemason, Manly P. Hall. He's kind of like Aleister Crowley, Albert Pike, and Madame Blavatsky. These are very influential people in world leaders study this literature and believe in it. This is basically the Freemasonic literature. Okay, we're going to read some Freemason literature to see what they believe. So we're going to read this book and turn to this chapter, Kabbalistic Keys to the Creation of Man. When the plural and androgynous Hebrew word Elohim was translated into the singular and sexless word God, the opening chapters of Genesis were rendered comparatively meaningless. It may have been feared that had the word been correctly translated as the male and female creative agencies, the Christians would have been justly accused of worshiping a plurality of gods in the face of their repeated claims to monotheism. So we see that the Freemasons worship a plurality of gods. The form of the pronouns us and our reveals unmistakably, however, the pantheistic nature of divinity. Further, the androgynous constitution of the Elohim, God, is disclosed in the next verse, where he, referring to God, is said to have created man in his own image, male and female, or more properly, as the division of the sexes had not yet taken place, male/female. This is a death blow to the time-honored concept that God is a masculine potency, as portrayed by Michelangelo on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. The Elohim then order these androgynous beings to be fruitful. Note that neither the masculine nor the feminine principle as yet existed in a separate state. According to the Isarium, the secret doctrine of Israel taught the existence of 4 atoms, each dwelling in one of the 4 Kabbalistic worlds. The first, or heavenly Adam, dwelt alone in the Atstulitic sphere, and within his nature existed all spiritual and material potentialities. The second Adam resided in the sphere of Beriah. Like the first Adam, this being was androgynous, and the 10th division of its body, its heel, corresponded to the church of Israel that shall bruise the serpent's head. Well, it's complete nonsense, all right? The third Adam, likewise androgynous, amazing, was clothed in a body of light and abode in the sphere of Yetzirah. The fourth Adam was merely the third Adam after the fall into the sphere of Asiya, at which time the spiritual man took upon himself the animal shell or coat of skins. So they're the third Adam is androgynous, all right? Fourth Adam is the third Adam who's come to earth in a coat of skin in a human body, and the demons inhabit the shell. And the shell is, of course, male or female, which they don't like. So they're trying to get back to these 3 atoms, these 3 tranny atoms. The fourth Adam was still considered as a single individual, though division had taken place within his nature. His androgynous nature, male and female combined, had split in two separate genders, and 2 shells or 2 physical bodies existed, in one of which was incarnated the masculine, and the other the feminine potency. This is what they believe. In his recent work, Judaism, George Foot Moore thus describes the proportions of the Adamic man. He was a huge mass that filled the whole world to all the points of the compass. The dust of which his body was formed was gathered from every part of the world or from the site of the future altar. Of greater interest is the notion that man was created androgynous, because it is probably a bit of foreign lore adapted to the first pair in Genesis. R. Samuel Bar Naaman, 3rd century, said, when God created Adam, he created him facing both ways. Then he sawed him in two and made two backs, one for each figure. Philosophically, Adam may be regarded as representative of the full spiritual nature of man, androgynous and not subject to decay. The word ADM signifies a species or race, and only for lack of proper understanding, Adam been considered it as an individual. So they don't believe Adam was even one dude. It's a whole race of people, a whole race of trannies. As the macrocosm, Adam is the gigantic androgyne. Adam is the gigantic androgyne. Exactly what is to be inferred by the division of the sexes, as symbolically described in Genesis, is a much debated question. That man was primarily androgynous is quite universally conceded, and it is a reasonable presumption that he will ultimately regain this bisexual state. As to the manner in which this should be accomplished, two opinions are advanced. One school of thought affirms that the human soul was actually divided into two parts, male and female, and that man remains an unperfected creature until these parts are reunited through the emotion which man calls love. From this concept has grown the much abused doctrine of soulmates, who must quest through the ages until the complementary part of each soul is discovered. The modern concept of marriage is to a certain degree founded upon
Good night, Jonathan.
According to the other school, the so-called division of the sexes resulted from suppression of one pole of the androgynous being in order that the vital energies manifesting through it might be diverted to development of the rational faculties.
I like to see people falling asleep. That's what this show is for. People can come, have a good night, get themselves to sleep. People that can't sleep, people that have trouble sleeping, stuff like that.
From this point of view, man is still actually androgynous and spiritually complete, but in the material world, which is kind of where we live, the feminine part of man's nature and the masculine part of woman's nature are quiescent, which means dormant, inactive. Through spiritual unfoldment and knowledge imparted by the mysteries, however, the latent element in each nature is gradually brought into activity, and ultimately the human being thus regains sexual equilibrium. By this theory, woman is elevated from the position of being man's errant part to one of complete equality. From this point of view, marriage is regarded as a companionship in which two complete individualities manifesting opposite polarities are brought into association, that each may thereby awaken the qualities latent in the other and thus assist in the attainment of individual completeness. Well, that's celebrity tranny marriage, okay? Tranny couple. The first theory may be said to regard marriage as an end, the second as a means to an end. The deeper schools of philosophy have leaned toward the latter as more adequately acknowledging the infinite potentialities of divine completeness, androgyne, in both aspects of creation. So now the serpent speaks and says this, I am the Lord who is against thee and thus accomplishes thy salvation. So they've just turned the devil into God, continues the voice. Thou hast hated me, hated the devil, but through the ages yet to be, thou shalt bless me, for I have led thee out of the sphere of the demiurgus. I have turned thee against the illusion of worldliness. I have weaned thee of desire. I have awakened in thy soul the immortality of which I myself partake. Follow me, O Adam, for I am the way, the life, and the truth. That's the serpent speaking in Gnostic literature. All right, and this is what Freemasons believe. Remember, Freemasons believe that Lucifer is God. That's one example. There's many more examples of Gnostic, Babylonian, Freemasonic literature like this, okay? This is not just a one-off deal. There's lots of stuff about the Freemasons and the power elite of this world and their worship of androgynous gods and their desire to change human beings back into androgynous beings.
All right, I'm getting out of here. Getting tired. We're gonna try to do it again tomorrow. If not, in 2 nights. We're not gonna go more than 2 nights. If we take a night off, next night. But we're gonna try to do it. I love you all. People are dropping off. People are dropping like flies.
Yeah, later. Talk to you later.
Oh, did I mute him? Yeah. I love this. All right, later, John. You're muted. You're muted, John. You want to say something? You got to unmute yourself.
I'm just saying.
You want to say something?
I still got another hour to go. So yeah, good night.
Good night. All right.
All right, brother. See ya.
All right, I'm out of here. All right.
even care if you lit or you high. Airplanes are literally littering in the sky while you're twittering the little kids in the video live. We spending these ends with the pyramid. I'm fucking serious. This is no time to question me, period. Now I'm furious, about to redo this chick's interior. If I appear to her as inferior, then she's delirious and not a period. Just throw them hands in the air and wave them shit high. If you're on my team, if you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud, throw your hands up in the air. If you're on my team. I used to see anticipation driven from your freaking face, written in 15 different languages. It was amazing, kid. Nowadays the shit looks like it's missing its radiance. It's all been erased and stripped from our relationship. Your face is sick, like I just made you lick. A contagion, growing impatient. Your days eclipsed by an alien. The way your skin smelled way back then. I'm inhaling, now I'm flailing like the assailant that you impaled in. Now I'm exhaling. Next, I guess I'll just check the tail end of the failed friendship we had way back, like a whale fin. And now the elephants in the room, and they pale in comparison to the pain I'm sharing, and it's embarrassing. About to get the kerosene and burn up everything we shared, and then up in flames. This is not a fucking game. There it went, there it went. It's embarrassing, but I don't even care if you lit or you airplanes are literally littering in the sky while you're twittering the little kids in the video live. We spending these ends with the pyramid. I'm fucking serious. This is no time to question me, period. Now I'm furious, about to redo this chick's interior. If I appear to her as inferior, then she's delirious and not a period. Just throw them hands in the air and wave them if you're on my team. If you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud. If you're on my team, then scream. Just scream real loud.